Welcome to section number 6. And in this one, we will take a look at common website components and also common layout patterns. So things like sliders, testimonials, pricing tables, navigations, the Z pattern, and many more. And this is going to be really important because being able to choose between some well-established patterns and components will allow you to design and build your own pages in the future with way more confidence. Now, besides just learning about these common components and patterns, we will actually also build some of them in this section using code. So to keep practicing your new CSS skills, and especially Flexbox and CSS Grid. Welcome back. So in the previous section, we talked about the design ingredients of typography, colors, images, icons, shadows, border radius, white space, and visual hierarchy. So these are all very fundamental and crucial, but one really important ingredient of creating designs is still missing. And it is so crucial that it actually deserves its own section. And the missing ingredient that I'm talking about is actually designing components and layouts. So for this ingredient, we also need some general guidelines and, above all, a lot of inspiration. And so that's what this rule number 10 is all about. Now, it is split up in two parts actually, this lecture. So part 1 is right now, and the one about layout patterns is in the middle of the section. All right, but now let's start talking about how an actual web page is designed from scratch. So when you want to start a new website and start with an empty page and all you have is the content, you might feel very lost. But you don't have to feel lost. It doesn't have to be hard, because this is where well-established patterns come into play in order to help you. So basically, we build websites always in the same way. We start with some common small elements like paragraphs or images or buttons, which will contain our actual content. We then assemble these simple elements into common components, such as this feature row, or a feature card, or a pricing table, or a tabbed component. Then we take all the components that we designed and use them to build a layout using common layout patterns. Finally, we take all the smaller layouts like this one, or just one big layout, and assemble a final page from them. And so in the end, this is how we come up with a final design. So hopefully you see that there is in fact a system behind all this. So a web page is not just a bunch of random elements joined together, right? Instead, elements are organized into components, which are then organized into one or more layouts, which in the end make up a final web page. So whenever you need to start a new design from a blank page, this is how you proceed. You use common elements and components in order to present the information that you want on the website. And I will of course show you the most common elements and components in a minute, so to enable you to really create designs on your own in the future. But anyway, these components are then combined into layouts by using some common layout patterns, just as we saw in the previous slide, right? Now, some of these patterns are actually about repeating a certain component a couple of times, as you will see in the lecture about layout patterns. But anyway, finally, as I mentioned before, you take all your layouts and components and assemble them into the final page. So, as a summary, you do not need to get scared by a blank page and a brand new design. You just need to go step by step, follow common best practices that I will show you, and of course all the other design guidelines that you have been learning in the previous section. All right, And so now let me show you the most common elements, components, section components, and layout patterns that exist in web design and web development. So the most common elements, I would say, are text, buttons, images, input elements, and tags. And so it is these elements that we then combine into one of these components. Now this list here is not exhaustive. There are a lot of other components that we can and that we do use, but I would say that these are the most common components that you will see in web designs. So in this lecture, I will show you some inspiration for elements and for these components. And actually not just some inspiration, but a lot of inspiration. So I'm sure you will love this lecture, because from the inspiration in this video, you will be able to take your design skills to the next level. I hope, at least. But anyway, in part 2 of this lecture, we will then talk about these, let's say, components that are actually a section. So I call them section components, and they are things like the navigation, the hero section, the footer, a call to action section, or a feature row. And finally, we will also talk about layout patterns in that part 2 of this lecture. So basically combining multiple components into a layout. All right, but let's get started with some inspiration about text. Now, text, of course, is very simple. And so the inspiration that I have here is basically for ways to start different website sections. So nothing all too exciting yet at this point, but still, it's good to start at the basics. And here is some more inspiration of how to start a section with text, because now there is this very popular way of adding a small and short and super descriptive title before the actual main heading. So just like we see in all of these examples here. Next up, we have some buttons, and we talked a lot about buttons before, but here you have one slide where you have basically all the different ways in which you can design buttons all in one place. So on the very left, you have a lot of different single buttons. And then here in the middle, we have basically a combination of two buttons, where one is the primary button for the primary action. And then at the side, there is another button with a lot less emphasis on it. So usually that one doesn't have any background color. And so this is a very common pattern that is used all the time. Next up, there is images, and we already talked a lot about images. So here are just some more ways of using them. Then here are input elements, and many of them are actually used to create big forms. But here we are just basically talking about these single input elements like we have here. For example, using just one field to input an email address with a small button besides it. Or here in the bottom, just a simple drop-down menu and some simple value pickers, basically. Now, just like in the previous section, I will of course not go into every single example here, because once again, and I promise this is the last time I'm saying this. So again, I want you to actually download these slides and study all these examples one by one on your own. So that's actually especially important in this lecture and part 2 of this lecture, because there is so much inspiration for so much different components. And so it's really important that you actually take a close look at all of these examples. And especially if you're actually right now with a task of designing some page. And probably I took something like 100 hours to compile all of these different examples for all the components and layouts. And therefore, I think there is a lot of value here that you can extract from these videos. And so, again, I think you can only get that value if you actually analyze each of the slides on your own with some time. But anyway, next up there is tags, which are just a very, very simple element that we can use to create a visual representation of categories. So that's exactly what's happening here in each of these examples. And I'm pretty sure you have already seen tags used all the time as you browse the internet. All right, and now we actually move into the section of components. So for each of these types of components, I'm going to present you with a couple of examples, and I'm going to start with breadcrumbs. So these are usually used to help the user navigate a pretty complex site. So usually we only use and we only see breadcrumbs on websites that do actually have a deep level of page organization. So if you're just designing a simple landing page, then probably you're not going to need these. But actually there are many use cases in which they do make sense. And so this is how we usually design them. Next up, pagination, and I'm sure you have seen it many times. So when we have many results in some list, then we basically put them into many different pages. And then we need some buttons like these to navigate between these pages. And so here are 6 different ways in which they can be designed. Then we have alert and status bars. So these are small components that appear at the very top of the page with some kind of announcement usually. Or sometimes they're also like small alerts for web applications, like we see here on the right, where some item has been favorited, or the second one on the right, which says that the account has been connected. So again, alert and status bars are used to show the user that something new is happening, or, well, that just some action happened recently. Next up, we have statistics, which is basically some numbers that we want to show to the user about our product or our service, usually. And statistics can be pretty powerful in order to convince our users that our product is like really good for them. So here you have very different examples which does exactly that. And you see that there are also very creative ways in which these statistics can be displayed. So all of these that I have here are quite different. And yeah, I think this is a good source of inspiration if you want to do the same in your own designs. Next up, another powerful thing that you can use in your web design is galleries. So again, I'm sure you see galleries all the time, but there are actually many different ways in which we can do galleries. So there are more structured ways, like the 2 that you see in the bottom. And then there are also some more unstructured ways, which work very well in some situations as well. So this might depend a little bit on your website personality here, so you need to take that into account. Here is another bunch of examples, and again, these are a little bit more irregular, and sometimes we can even overlap images, which can also make for a nice effect. So if you need to design some kind of gallery, you can always come to one of these slides and get some inspiration. Now next up, we have the feature box, which is basically a box that groups together a bunch of information about something about a product. Now feature boxes come in all shapes and forms, but usually they all have a couple of things in common, which is that all of them uses some kind of icon or image. Then they use some bigger text, like some small headline, and then also some description. And of course, not all of the feature boxes follow this. So sometimes they might not have an image, but they have a link, like the one in the bottom corner. But in general, this is what a feature box look like. And later on in part 2 of this lecture, we will see that it's pretty common to actually combine these into rows or grids. So usually we don't have just one feature box, but we have multiple of them side by side. Now here are some more, and again we can see here that they do really come in all shapes and forms. What matters is that usually multiple of them will be combined in some form of layout. Then we have preview and profile cards, which are a little bit similar to feature boxes. But the difference is that these do actually contain some data points for something that they want to preview. So they might preview some kind of product or some kind of profile. And so they usually always have some data. So that's something that you see in all of these cards here. Also, we can usually click somewhere on the card and it will then lead us somewhere, so to some other page. And actually, I did mention this component of cards a couple of times already. For example, in the project of the last section, we did build some cards for each of the different chairs by the bottom of the page. Remember that? Then here, again, are some more, and all of them do have some kind of link somewhere, and also all of them have some kind of data points. But they are really all completely different. And that's why I have so many different here, because that way you can get more inspiration and more options to choose from when you build your own designs. And actually there's even more, and these are all profile cards. And I'm sure that you have seen most of them around in some kind of form on the web, but it's always nice to have multiple of them all in one place so you can actually compare them, and in case you need to design one, you can then decide how exactly you want to do it. All right, next up we have the accordion, and accordion is basically a way of hiding information and only displaying it once the user clicks on one of the parts here. So this component is most commonly used in frequently asked questions, but it might also be used in some other part of the website where we do want to hide some content in the beginning in order not to clutter up the entire page. So basically, instead of showing all the information at once, we simply hide it in one container, and then only when we click the title, that content appears. And here is some more, of course, because there are many different ways of designing accordions. So once again, these are all pretty different, and that's why I wanted to show you multiple here. Next one is the tabbed component, or simply tabs. And once again, a very, very common one that we see all the time on pages. So this one too, just like the accordion, is to hide some information in the beginning and then show that information to the user once the right tab is clicked. Now the accordion, so the component that we saw before, is used mostly for frequently asked questions, as I mentioned. But the tabbed component, so this one here, is used many times for product features or also for bigger areas of content that we want to hide and to show selectively. And once again, there are actually many, many ways of designing these. So here are some more, and actually here 3 of them are vertical tabs. So the tabs are basically stacked vertically here, which is just another way of designing this if it fits your content best. Then we have another really popular component, which is the carousel, which is basically yet another way to have multiple pieces of content in the same place, so in the same area. And in this case, the user doesn't click on any tabs, but instead they can click on some button that will move them to the right or to the left of the carousel, and then the content will change. So here are 4 more, and these are all completely different once again. One thing that most of them have in common is that they have some dots in the bottom, which basically shows how many slides are in the carousel. I said slides, and that's because many times the carousel is also called a slider. So these are basically the same thing, I would say. And so, yeah, this is how you design them. Usually with some dots in the bottom and then some arrows at the left and the right side. Next up is customer testimonials. So this is where you ask your customers or the customers of the brand that you're building the website for their opinion on the product or the service. And this is actually one of the most important pieces on modern websites that you see these days. At least if it's some kind of website that tries to sell a product or a service. So you can really not leave out testimonials if you're building a site like that. And so that's why here I have a lot of different ways in which these can be displayed. And actually here are some more. And the first one there is actually just a wall of tweets. So that's what it's called, when you just take a couple of tweets about a certain company or a certain brand and simply display those as testimonials. So that can be just another very powerful way of displaying testimonials, because that shows automatically that these are actually true. With all these other ones, the user cannot be 100% sure that you actually didn't fake them, which of course you should never ever do. Okay? So always use testimonials from real users and do not fake something. So that's a really, really bad practice. All right. And actually here I have some more because, well, again, this is really, really important stuff. And so you can choose the style that best fits the design that you already have in mind for your page. All right. And by the way, down here, we actually have 2 carousels that are being used for testimonials. So that's a pretty common trend that we see also, which again is to use carousels for testimonials. Next up, we have customer logos, which once again is really important stuff in case you are building some kind of marketing website. So basically what you do here is to take the logos of your biggest and most important and most well-known customers and display them all in one section like this. And so together with customer testimonials, this really, really helps to build trust in the brand or in the company that the website belongs to. So this is really, really important. And here are some more ways in which that can be done, because once again, this really should not be missed. At least, of course, if you have some customers in the first place. Of course, if you don't have any customers, or the company you're building this for doesn't have any customers, then you can't do this. But as soon as there are 2 or 3 customers, you should start displaying them like this. Then, very related are the featured in logos, which are once again to build trust with the user. So all of these are also called social proof. Now, the difference between these logos and the customer logos is that these are basically from places where your website or the product has been featured in. So you see that all these logos here are basically some kind of newspaper or some kind of blog, right? So once again, these build trust with the customers. So if you can add a section like this, then really go for it. All right, another one is the steps component. And these do once again come in many different forms and shapes, but they can be very, very effective to actually show a customer how your product or how your service actually works. So you see that here in all of those where you have some numbers like 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, and it takes the customer through the journey of actually getting started with the product or to actually use that product. And in my opinion, this is actually one of the very best ways that you can use to show how your website or how your product works. So if you need to do that, always go for some steps, because that really makes it very simple for the user to digest. Here are some more, and these are all vertical, which I also like a lot. And once again, a lot of diversity is to be found here. And so go for the one that you like the most and that also best fits the style that you already have for your page, right? Then, of course, we have forms, which are a crucial component in many, many websites. And most of these actually do what I showed you in the UX lecture, which is to align everything, so the label and the input field. But sometimes there is just not enough space. And then you can also do what they did here in the second form and the last one, which is to basically put the label right inside of the input field. Then here are some more forms, but these are quite different. So these are basically login or sign up forms. So again, something that is very common and which can be designed in a couple of different ways. And so here I wanted to show you some of them. Then here I have even more, and the first two are some forms that are bigger. So I wanted to show you that as well. And then the two in the bottom are some one-line forms. So basically just 2 or 3 inputs and then with a button on the side. All right, now tables, and I promise we're getting closer to the end. So it's 18 and we are at number 16. But tables are sometimes pretty important to simply display some kind of tabular data, right? So that's what a table is all about. And they can be designed in some very different ways. So please take some inspiration from this slide and also from this one. Now, the example in the top right corner might not be classified as a traditional table, but instead as a couple of cards, since it contains some data in each of those cards or in each of those elements. But we can also think about this simply being a different way of representing data. So basically a different way of creating a table. And so I decided to include it in this group along with these other more regular looking tables. Then we also have pricing tables, and these are very important and also very, very common on all marketing pages. So on pages for products or services that need to charge some money, basically. So a pricing table usually has a couple of different columns, each column for one different pricing plan. And then each of the columns has a title for the pricing plan, then some description, a price, all the features that are included, and usually also some kind of button to sign up for each of the pricing plans. Now, many times also the most popular one is highlighted, just as I had mentioned in some other lecture, I think. So that's the one that they want the user to choose, basically. So here are some more examples, and 3 of them are a little bit different, actually. So we can say they are a bit more creative and also a bit more simple. And finally, component number 18 are modal windows. Now, the ones that we see here on this page is what I actually call functional modal windows, because they are actually important for the application or the site itself. So for displaying the data of the site, or for example, to allow a user to actually sign in or sign up for the service. Then on the other hand, we also have these more annoying marketing modal windows. So these are usually the ones that want to have your email address and want to basically give you something in return. Well, actually, one of them here is not like that, but at least the 2 ones on the left, they are clearly the marketing pop-up windows that I'm sure you have encountered all the time and which are really annoying. But still, they are a valid component that we can use. And so here, once again, I wanted you to get some inspiration. And with this, we finished this lecture, which is really mostly a gallery of all these different components. So that was the most important thing for this lecture, and also, of course, the whole process of how actually a page is designed from element all the way to a final layout. Now, in the next lecture, we will actually take one of these components, which is the accordion component, and build one using HTML and CSS. So we're finally going to be back to code, and so I can't wait to do that and to see you there. Let's now finally go back to coding. And so in this lecture and the next one, we're going to build a beautiful accordion component. And it's going to be based on this accordion example that we saw in the last lecture. So we're going to build something very similar, which will look like this one on the right side. So let's go do that. And as always, when we start a new section, we need our starter files. So here in starter, now we need folder number 6. And so actually, this is only 2 images, but well, we will need it. All right. So folder number 6. Here, let's create a new window. And another trick would actually to be simply dragging this folder here onto that icon. So you can do that. So like this. it will then open up a new window already with that folder selected. Or, of course, you can also just create a new window and then open the project folder from there. So like we have been doing up until this point. So both way works, and I actually prefer the first one that I showed you. And so now let's start by creating an HTML file right here. And we're going to create 6 components in this section. And so I'm not going to call them index.html, but instead I'm calling this one 01 accordion like this .html. All right. And since we are having so many files, I will actually keep each of these components here self-contained inside of each HTML file. So what that means is that I will not create an external CSS file for each of them, but instead we will simply use the style tag right here. So to create the HTML, we have been always using it manually, but now let's actually have VS Code generated for us. So exclamation mark, tab, and there we go. So now the first thing is to change this to accordion component. And then remember, we can simply declare or write the style tag in here. So that will then create a style element in which we can style our page. All right, now I will actually use a similar visual style than the project that we created in the last section. So therefore, what I'm going to do now is to open the CSS file of that one in order to copy some very simple styles. So let's go here to the open menu, and then on the desktop we have the previous section, and then actually I need the HTML as well so that I can grab this link here for the inter font. So please go ahead and do the same thing now. So copy this link element here, which will include the inter typeface, so font. So that is done. And now in the CSS, we can get some of this stuff. So our spacing system, these colors, the universal selector, these reset. So we don't have to write it all over again, because by now you already know how it works. And then here this body element as well. So let's take that. And so with this, we saved ourselves some time. This here we might actually not, well, actually let's leave it there. And then here I'm indenting this a little bit to make it look better. Let's get rid of some spaces and of this comment as well. And here actually we don't want that border in this body. All right. And now let's create a simple div element here with the class of accordion. And now I will just write something here. Let's say test. Okay. And so now we have something very basic set up. So we have some very simple styles for the body. And so let's test that by clicking here on Go Live. So there we have our page with the live connection. And if for some reason that didn't work on your computer, you can simply also open the HTML file directly. All right. But so this did work. And so let's start by actually defining a width for this accordion element. So our entire component will basically be this right here. So let's select this element based on this class, and I will give it a fixed width of 700 pixels. And I also want to center it. And remember, for that we can use the trick of setting the left and right margins to auto and the top and bottom to something else. So let's say top and bottom 100 pixels. And then again, left and right, we set them to auto. And that will automatically center this element inside of its parent. So in this case, that is the body. Just to see that, let's give it some background color. And well, any color works. All right. Nice. All right. Nice. So let's actually turn that off again. And now we can start filling up our HTML here a little bit. And for that, let's actually take a look at what we have here. So basically the final result, which is this. So you see that basically this accordion has 3 elements. So this first one and the third one are closed right now, and the open one looks like this. Now, of course, we will not be able to add the functionality here. So when we click here somewhere, of course, this box does not open. So for that, we would need JavaScript. But of course, that's not what we're going to do here in this section. But anyway, to get started, we will actually only build this element right here. So basically only the open state like this. So here we have a number, then we have this title here, so some kind of text, then this icon pointing downwards, and then here we have a box in there. So this box here contains this text and then this list. And so basically it is this box with this content here that is hidden right here and right here. All right. So later we will then hide basically this content here, or actually here, and we will leave it visible right here in this box. Okay. So the plan is to now create these 4 elements. So this number, this text, this icon, and then a box with this paragraph and this unordered list. All right. And then after that, we will style them, and only then in the end, we will care about the layout. So the first thing is this number, and I'm simply going to use a generic paragraph element here for all this text. So that's 02, and of course it needs some kind of class as well. So number, then another p element with the class of text. So let me just copy what I have there. So how long do I have to return my chair? All right. Then we have that icon. And for that, let's actually use the hero icons again. So heroicons.com, I think. Okay. And now let's just search for that one. Yeah, so it's the chevron down. So copy SVG, and let's paste that here as the third child element. Give it a save, and well, it's already here in our page. Let's give it a better class name. Let's just say icon. And then finally, we need this hidden box here. So let's actually call that a hidden box. So since it is a box, I will simply use the generic div element. So this one doesn't need any semantic meaning, and so a div is just fine. So hidden box. And inside of that, there is some kind of paragraph. And well, this one maybe doesn't need a class. Let's just leave it like this. And here we need some blind text. So I'm not going to copy that text, of course, because remember that in VS Code, we can write lorem like this, and then that will generate a bunch of blind text for us. So just like this. Let's see. Now, that looks kind of like the same amount of text, but if it's too much, we can just cut it a bit later. And so now let's create that unordered list. And remember, it is unordered because these here are simple bullet points. And so in there, each of them is a list item. And now let's here again use lorem. And I will now cut this part here and put that into the next one. So paste that here now. And now we'll do the same again, because that content, of course, is a bit too long. Okay, and maybe let's leave that. And so your content is going to look a little bit different than mine now, but that's not really a problem because this is always random. Okay, so that looks good for now as far as the HTML goes. Oh, actually, we should wrap all of this content here inside yet another one. So right now, inside of the accordion, we have number, text, and so on and so forth. However, what we actually want in the accordion is these three elements. So these three items, basically. So this first, the second, and the third item, of course, are individual elements. So elements inside of the accordion. But we right here have these elements as direct children, and so that's not correct. So let's simply create another div called an item. But this we don't want here. We want it at the very end. All right. So that's better. And now let's style all of this. And now it's time to use again that trick that I showed you before. So remember, for that, we just select something. Then we can hit Option or Alt on our keyboard. And then if I double click here again, it will select the next class. And so like this, we don't have to copy paste them multiple times. We can just do it all at once. So again, I'm now hitting the Option or Alt key, double click on this class, then on this class, and finally this one here. All right, now I copy it, and here inside of my style, I can now paste that. And so now I can do this here a lot easier. Okay, so almost done. Because this is always like a lot of work selecting all of these elements in the very beginning. But now we're done with that, and so let's style them one by one. And I'm going to start basically with the visual styles. So of the number, the text, and this icon here. And let's start with the icon actually, because it is taking up a lot of space. So let's make it really small. So remember that these icons were designed for 24 pixels, and so I'm actually respecting that size. And now the color, remember, we can manipulate it using the stroke property, and we have our color value up here. Okay, and that looks a lot better already. Okay, let's take a look at our original here. And so next up, let's style the number and the text. And let's use the font size of 24 pixels here. So number, font size 24 pixels. And let's also make it a bit bolder, because this is an important piece of content. And so we make it bold in order to give it some more emphasis. Oh, and also the text color, let's make it green at this point, even though a bit later we will actually make this in a different way. So let's copy these, or actually, if it's exactly the same style as the text here, let us put the selector here as the second one in this list. So remember, as we learned way back, we can basically create a list of selectors. And so now this declaration block here will apply to this one and to this one, right? Give it a save. Now we cannot see it, but there you go. Great. Now, next up, let's style this text here and this unordered list. All right, and I didn't give them a class, so let's just say hidden box and then select the P as a child there. And here, all I want to do is to improve the line height and set it to 1.6 and also give it some margin to the bottom. So let's say 24 pixels. Okay, so that looks better. And now finally also the UL. Okay, so we want to set a lighter text here on these. And So in order to do that, we don't have to select each of them, but instead we can simply set that color on the parent, and then that will move down. And so that will then be inherited. Now, about that lighter color, this one here, let me actually get that from the open color again. Open colors. So that is this one. And let's use this one here, let's say. All right. Well, that's a little bit too much on the light side. So let's go with this one. Yeah, that looks better. Maybe it is not really the best choice here in terms of accessibility, but well, let's just leave it as this for now. We're going to worry about that in some other project. So in the next section, actually. Now here we need to then also set some margin on the left. So basically in order to align this a little bit, so the bullet points with the P, with the paragraph. So margin left, and now 16 pixels. That might work. That looks aligned. Well, maybe it needs to be a little bit more. Yeah, that's correct. So here we broke a little bit our system, but in this case it was necessary because only with that value it's now perfectly aligned. And actually not yet, I think. Now it's perfect. All right. Now next we want to create some space here between these items. And so now it's time that I will finally show you something new in CSS, and in particular in Flexbox. Now you might be wondering, why is he going to use Flexbox? I mean, we don't really want these elements side by side, right? And that is totally correct. However, we can still use Flexbox by doing something new, which I hinted at when we first learned Flexbox, but we never did it. So let me start by explaining why I would use Flexbox for something like this, and then also how. So in order to create a space between these elements here, I would now have to select all of them and then add a margin to the bottom to all of them except for the last one. So again, I would have to select them now. I can actually do that very quickly. Margin bottom of 12 pixels, like this. And then I would also have to select the last one and set it back to 0, right? However, we can have all of this in a much easier way, which is by using Flexbox and then setting the gap property. However, that gap is usually horizontally. And also, if we set something to Flexbox, it will put the elements side by side, right? However, there is a really nice and very important trick, which is that we can set the flex direction of the container to column. So let's remove all of this here. All right. And then right here, let's set this to a flex container. So display flex. And so by default, again, the elements will be set side by side like this, right? But as I mentioned, we can now say flex direction and set it to column. So by default, it is row. And now if we set column, it will simply look exactly like before. All right. However, if we now define the gap property, so gap, let's say 12 pixels, then see what happens. So you see that now the gap property basically was applied vertically. So between these elements like this, and no longer horizontally, right? So that is the power of flex direction. And let's actually take a look at a graphical explanation to make really sure that you understand this very important concept. Now here as an example, I'm actually using the accordion element, but of course that's not important. The principle is exactly the same. So anyway, right here we can see what Flexbox is by default. So the main axis is basically horizontally, and the elements are side by side right now, because we have display set to flex, and we also have some gap there of 24 pixels. And so that's why there is some space horizontally between the items. However, if we now set flex direction to column, then what happens? So you see that now basically the elements are stacked one after the other because the main axis rotated by 90 degrees. And so now the main axis no longer goes from left to right, but from top to bottom. Or in other words, the main axis is now vertically and no longer horizontally. On the other hand, the cross axis, which used to be vertically, is now horizontally. And so now everything is different. Everything in Flexbox has now turned by 90 degrees, basically. So what this means is that now align items no longer aligned the items vertically, but horizontally. And in the same sense, justify content now no longer aligns the items horizontally, but vertically. And finally, of course, as we already saw in practice, the gap property now acts like margin bottom and no longer like margin right. Okay? So this is really important for you to understand, as this feature is actually one of the main features of Flexbox. It gives Flexbox even more power than we already thought that it had. All right? So I hope that this made sense. And so let's now go back to our code. And to see this explanation basically again, let's inspect that here. So right here, we now see the gap there between the elements, right? And we can even turn this on, and then it stays permanently just like in CSS Grid. And of course, if we took out the flex direction to column, then they would be side by side, and this space here would be horizontally, right? Now let's also just try to use align items here, because as you saw, this now should work differently. So remember that usually align items would align our flex items vertically, right? But what do you expect will happen now as we center them? Well, you see, now they got aligned horizontally. So again, if we turned flex direction off here, then you see that the alignment would be vertically, right? So this one is taller, and these are a bit smaller, and we see that they are vertically aligned. But by turning this on, then everything rotates 90 degrees basically, and now the alignment is horizontally. So you see that all of them here are like basically centered. So along the cross axis, which now is going from left to right. So here, where I'm moving my mouse, right? So now, of course, we don't want that here in this example, but this was just to demonstrate how the cross and the main axis did actually rotate. And actually, I think this is too much space, and that is because I did not reset the line height. So many times what I do is to set the line height here on the body to 1, and so basically resetting it. So since this is about text, this property, it will get inherited, and so we can put it in a body. And so now the space that we had, or some of it, is gone, and it looks better like this. All right, so we have some decent visual styling going on here. And so for now in this lecture, that's it. And so in the next one, we will take care of finally building the layout and then also add the 2 other elements to our accordion. So take a small break, and then I see you back here. So now it's time to actually build the layout of our accordion. And so basically what we want to do is to style this item element here, so all of this, to have some nice layout. So it's this one here, right? Basically because each of the items of the accordion are called like this. So item. Let's see what we have here. And so first of all, there is like a shadow around that item. And then there is, of course, also some white space inside of it. So some padding. And finally, there is this green line on top, but we will take care of that later. So that will make a bit more sense once we get there. But now about the item actually. So let's start with the box shadow here. So the first value, remember, is the horizontal offset. The second is vertical offset, and I'm simply setting both to 0 here. And I'm doing it like this because basically I tried to replicate the accordion that I showed you in the last lecture. Okay, then the second one, or the third value actually, is the blur. Then the fourth value, I usually simply ignore it and go straight to the RGBA. So black, which we know is 0 in everything, and then the alpha, let's set it to 0.1 and give it a save. And there we go. So a nice shadow here, basically around the entire element, and that's because here we didn't specify anything. If we put it here like this, then that whole shadow would move down, right? But again, I was just trying to basically copy that other design that this one is based on. Now let's add some padding here. And as always, I'm using our spacing system, but I'm not going up and down all the time to test these values. So I already experimented with that before. So 24 pixels here. And now it's time to think about the layout. So let's quickly go back. So what do we have here? We basically have these 4 elements again. And as we can see, they are kind of in a 2-dimensional grid, right? So we have some here in this first line, and then this box here is in the second line. So what that means is that we should probably use CSS Grid for this, right? So 1 column right here, 2nd column, and 3rd column. Okay? So let's do that. So display grid, remember? And then we need to define our columns. And remember that for that, we use the grid template columns property. And now here, we simply need to define the width of all our 3 columns. So what numbers do you think I should use for the 3 columns? Can you think about that for a little bit? Well, the first one should simply be the width of the content, right? So if the content is 0, 2, then that should be the width. But if it was like 0, 2, 7, then the column should be wider. And so what that means is that we want the column to basically have an automatic width. So based on the content. Then the same is true for the last one here. So let's write that immediately. And then finally, the second column, the one in the middle, should very simply occupy all the remaining space. And so remember that for that, we can use our FR unit. So 1FR. And with this, actually our layout should basically be almost finished already. Okay, and that looks almost correct. Right, so we do have 3 columns. However, that first column is way wider than we thought it should be. And the reason for that, let's inspect this here, is that of course, this 4th element, so the hidden box, of course, goes here into the 2nd row, into the very first column. Right? So that's only natural because that is the automatic placement of the grid items inside of the grid. However, we do not want this element here, right? Instead, we want it nicely aligned with the title. And so this is actually one of the huge advantages of using CSS Grid here in the first place. Because by now placing this box inside of this cell, that will very easily align this content with this title, right? So let's define that here in our hidden box. And do you remember how that works? Well, we can simply say grid column And then we say that we want it in column number 2. So that's because of these grid lines here. So grid line 1 and 2. And so now it will start here in grid line number 2. So with a nice save, now it looks correct. Great. Now all we have to fix is of course the spacing here. But besides that, it is actually almost done already. So let's give it a column gap of, let's say, 24 pixels. Okay. And I'm using different gaps because I want there to be a lot more gap in the row, or at least some more. Let's say 32 pixels. Okay, beautiful. So now it does look almost like this one here. Now, just one thing is that we should align all of these elements here, like vertically, because right now I think it's not. So this one looks off a little bit, but that is quite easy. So we want to align the grid items themselves inside of the cells. And so for that, we need one of the align properties. And so since it's vertically, it is align items. Set to center. And let's see if something changes here. Well, not really, I think. But well, anyway, it's still good to have this here like this. Now the content is also a bit too long, so let's cut some of it out. Like this last sentence here maybe. Then let's cut these two words. Then here let's start or stop after a laborum or whatever that is. And here maybe that last word as well. Nice. Okay, and so now it's time to actually copy our code, and in order to add this one and this one here. So number 1 and number 3. And so here in VS Code, we can do another nice trick, which is on this element here, we can click on the right side here on this small icon, and that will then collapse this completely. So you see now it goes from line number 1 immediately to 125. So basically all the content was hidden, because now we can copy this very easily without having to scroll up and down. So we can just paste that here. So of course that is then open, and I can paste it here. So this is supposed to be the number 1 and the text. Where are these chairs assembled? And oh, actually that was wrong. Or actually it wasn't. I simply forgot that this one was still collapsed, number 2. So this is 03, which is do you ship to countries outside the EU? Okay. So that looks quite nice, but still not where we want it to be. And so now it's time, well, first to fix this spacing here. And where is that defined? Let's go back right here. Or actually, whenever we have a bug like this, we should simply go ahead and inspect it. And I can immediately see the mistake that I made, which was to copy the entire accordion and not simply the item. So that was a stupid mistake, but that happens. So let's delete this accordion and this closing tag from the previous one. Okay, and here the same thing, and now that should be fixed. So now they're actually glued to one another, so we need to fix that as well. And so now I will actually use that trick again where I set the flex direction to column. So right here in the accordion, let's do that. Because otherwise I would have to now go into here and set a margin bottom to each of them and select the last one and take it away. But once again, I find that it's much easier to define these properties, for example, related to spacing, right in the container element. So display flex, which again by default will put them side by side in this weird way. But then we can easily say flex direction and set it to column. Okay, beautiful. So now we are where we started. And so now it's time to add that gap, which remember will now be set vertically. And so that is actually the whole point of using flex direction set to column in this case. And so, nice. That's really cool. But now we actually want to basically hide this hidden box here and this one in element number 1 and 3. So how are we going to do that? Well, we will use a very common trick that we use in CSS all the time, especially when we create these components that will at some point have to work together with JavaScript. So basically, we will by default set these 3 elements here to the default closed state. So to this one, where this text is gray and this is black and there is also no border at the top, and of course the content is hidden. And then we will add a special class to this item right here, in this case the item number 2, which will then make it so that all these styles will be put back. So the green text and the border. All right, so that probably sounds more complicated than it actually is. So let's see how it works. So by default, remember, we will make the hidden box actually hidden. And for that, there are many, many ways in which we can hide elements in CSS. But more about that later, because for now we will just use the easiest way, which is display none, like this. All right. And so now they're all gone. Then I want this text here also to be gone. So back to default. And also this number here should actually have a light gray color. So let me select that separately. And then let's once again get that color actually here from open color. And now let's use this one. So this color will probably not really be accessible, but that's also a rule that sometimes we can break. So this number is not absolutely essential here for the user to understand this content. And so I think we are fine like this. Okay. All right. So this is the default state, basically. And so now, as I was saying, what we will do is to basically add a class to the element that we want to be open. So the one that we want to look as if it was open. And so that is the second one. So this one right here. So let's add a class of open. Okay. And so now we can create some styles for the number and the text that are inside of the element that is the open element. Right? So that sounds probably confusing, but we can do it. So I will select the open element now. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to add that border, because that will be basically the easiest change that we want. So let's say 4 pixel solid and now our green color. All right. And so now the open box already has the green border. So just like this, right? But now let's also make this text green and let's display that hidden box. So how can we do that? Well, we can do this. We say that basically the hidden box, that is a child element of the element that has the open class, right? And so here we can set the display property back to block. So why does that work again? Well, in here we have, of course, the element with the class of hidden box, right? And if this element, so the parent element of the hidden box, has this class of open, right? So if open is present here on the parent element, then this selector here will apply, right? Because if this doesn't exist, so if open is not present on the parent element, then of course nothing is going to happen, because this selector here will not be applied anywhere. But if the open class is present, then this descendant selector here will of course then work. And so that's why this is back now. To make it even clearer, let's see in the inspector. So now here we are. So here we have that style of open, which is the parent of hidden box in the selector. But if we were to remove the open class here from the parent element, then hit enter, now that's gone. And so now also that rule is gone from the hidden box. So the one that we had here before, so this one is now gone because the class is also gone, the open class. And so therefore this can no longer work. All right, so I hope that made sense, because this is actually, well, as I said before, something that is used all the time. Okay, so now it is the same idea as before. So whenever there is a number element, so an element with the class of number that is a child element of an element with the class of open, then the color should be green. Well, which one is it? Yes. And we want this to happen also to the text. And so we can, of course, create a list here. So we need to write the same thing again. So open, which is the parent of text. And so again, this one will apply if there is an element with the class of text that is a children of an element with the class of open. And there we go. So that works. And of course, we can now try to add that class also to another item. So to this one. And now that should look just the same. And it does. Beautiful. But let's take that back, because we only want it in this situation in the second one. And so with this, we actually finished this small project. So this small component. So I hope that this was fun. And here the main takeaways that I want you to take from this project is, first of all, this logic that we did here. So basically this open state that we created simply by adding this class here to the parent element, right? Then I want you to take away this whole idea of setting a flex container to flex direction column, which, remember, will essentially switch the main with the cross axis. And then another takeaway was how we built this layout here actually. So I think that this was another great use case of CSS Grid and another showcase of its power, right? So make sure to study the code that we did here, and then after that, we can together actually build our next component, which is again going to be really exciting. And so I can't wait to see you there. All right, let's now have some more fun by building another component. And so in this lecture and the next one, we're going to build a carousel component. And just like with the last one, I chose one of the components, so one of the carousels that we saw before in the component gallery. So in this case, this blue carousel here that I thought would be fun to recreate together with you now over these two lectures. So as I just showed you actually before, this is what our final carousel will look like. And if you ask me, this looks really, really cool. So we have this image here basically floating on top of this background here. And then we have these two buttons here, also with the shadow, which make them look as if they float a little bit also on top of this background. And then we even have these 4 dots here in the bottom. So this is going to be a lot of fun to code. So let's get started. Now here we have this code from the previous lecture, and actually I'm going to copy all of it, and then I will just delete what we don't need, because we will once again use the same colors. So basically a similar design style. So another HTML file, and this one is called 02 and then carousel.html. Close down this one. And so now let's start by removing all the HTML except for the body, of course. So like this. And then also most of the styles except for the global selector and the body. So just like this. So we also want to keep the font. And so here is just the title. And actually, I will now copy everything again. So basically this empty state here, and create yet another file. And so then based on that, we will be able to create our next components. So then we don't have to do this all the time. So just some name here. It doesn't really matter. And okay. So this one will be a carousel component. And so now let's get started with writing some HTML. Now here we need some space because this one is actually a bit wider, but that's no problem. We do have enough space here. Okay. And again, I will use a non-semantic div element, which this time is simply called carousel. So just like before, it was called the accordion. And let's get straight into the content. And the first piece of content is the image. So we need to specify the source attribute. And now this image here is this maria.jpg. So this was actually one of the starter files for this section. And now here as the alt text, I will actually use her name, which is in Portuguese, Maria de Almeida. Okay, we can close that here. And now here for this testimonial, we will use, just like before, the block quote element. So this is a common way of marking up a testimonial. So block quote. And so that is going to be basically this entire block of text. And then in there, we can put some paragraphs. So let's give this one here, let's say it's the testimonial text. Testimonial text. And actually, we didn't put any class on the block quote. Let's just copy this one and get rid of the text. So this is called a testimonial. And then in there, we will have like the text and the author, for example. So here again, we will use our blind text generator, which is just lorem. This is maybe a bit too much. I don't know yet. Maybe like this. Oh, and here we want like these quotes, which we could make a little bit more beautiful, but let's keep it simple at this point. Then here another one for the author. So testimonial author. And then again her name. And finally, this can be the job. So we're using the job also here along with the person's name, simply because in that example that I'm copying, they also had that. And if you take a look at some pages, then this will actually be pretty common. At EDP Comercial, which is something that you know if you live in Portugal. Okay, and I think, well, let's actually also add the buttons for now. So these two here at least. So let's put them outside of the block quote, obviously, and here at the very bottom. And you will understand a bit later why I'm not putting like the first button here first, because it appears first, and then the second later, because it is the last element here. So I'm putting both here at the bottom, okay? So button, and well, let's simply call it button to keep it simple. And now in here, we want another icon. So this time, this icon here. And so we can get that again. This time it's the chevron left. So copy that and paste that here. So let's call that the button icon. All right, and then another one for the other direction. Well, actually we need then of course also this other icon. So copy SVG and replace this SVG with the new one. So here again, button icon. So give it a save. And now when we go back here to our live connection, which is of course still live, there's no need to reset. Okay, so of course it is still alive because we never stopped it. And this is also still the same project folder. So what we can do here is to delete all of this here. And since we don't have any index.html file, it will not open that index.html file. So if we had, then index.html is by default the page that will be opened. But if we don't, then it will show us this directory. And so here is basically all the files that we have in our folder. So before we had this one, so if we clicked, we would get back there. But of course, now we want to check out this one. So we can click here, and this is what we have. All right. Now the image does, as always, by default, take all the space that it can. And so many times that is the first thing that we fix, because like this, it is completely unusable. And actually the image doesn't have any class, but well, it is the only image that we have here, so let's just keep it like that. And the height that I have for this image is 200 pixels. And since we didn't specify the height actually in our HTML, then the width will be set automatically in order to keep the same proportion. Okay, so that is at least fixed now. And so let's add some styles for the carousel itself. So remember that the background color of this element is that green color. So by now you know that is the background color property, and we haven't used our green yet. So copying that here. Nice. And what we also want to set first actually is a width. So this one has a width of 800 pixels, which is why it doesn't fit into that smaller window that we had before. And now let's center it again with the margin something and then auto trick. So let's again specify 100 top bottom, and then as always, left and right automatically set. Okay, and so now this has the exact same dimensions as our original. Then let's give it also some border radius. Here I'm going with 8 pixels, which again is one of the values in our spacing system. So could have gone with 12, but the 8 is more similar with the original one. All right. And let's also set the color here. So if we set the text color here, then as always, it will get inherited to all the other text elements, just like this. Then since we have this border radius here, let's also set it on the image. Okay, and I'm still missing here some padding inside of this container. So that's why it still looks pretty bad. So padding, and we will start with 32, but we will fix this later. All right, now let's actually style here the text and the author and the job. And again, I'm pressing Alt or Option to select all of them at the same time. So copying and pasting. So maybe you're noticing that just like before, I'm starting to basically create the visual styles on all of these elements, right? So I style them first visually, and then after that, we take care of the layout. Now, I don't always do it like that, but for a small component like this, many times that's a nice idea. Especially if layout is a bit more tricky, like in this example. So here let's use a font size of 18 pixels. All right. And also let's make it a little bit bolder, because this is the most important content. So we can give it some nice visual hierarchy here. And the line height, of course, needs to be changed from 1, which is the default, to 1.5. Okay. Nice. Then here let's use 14 pixels, and in this other one, 12. All right. And now, of course, we need some spacing here. So 4 pixels in this one, and here, of course, a lot more after the text. Like this. And this will look better here in a minute once this is all side by side. But now, actually, I want to do something which we did before, which is to improve the visual hierarchy between this text by using that green color here in this text. So let me get those colors actually from here. So this style CSS, remember, is the one from the project from the previous section. And so in the text, I want to use this color. All right, so that changed ever so slightly. And then here, let's just copy this entire line. Okay. Beautiful. And the same thing here. And now actually this one here doesn't make any sense anymore, because we overrode it in all 3 places here. All right. Now actually let's put these here side by side, because like this, it still looks very unfinished. So how can we do that? Well, it shouldn't be too hard, because in this carousel, at least right now, there are only, well, actually right now there are 4 children. So there's the image, the block quote, and these 2 buttons. But let's actually still do that so that we can then a bit later fix it. So display, flex. So they are side by side. And then of course, as we many times do, let's center all of these elements vertically. So align items center. So after all these times, you probably already know this one by heart, I'm pretty sure. And now let's add some gap, which we will change later. But for now, I'm going to use the same 32 pixels. Okay, nice. So this already looks like something, actually, but we are still some way away from this, right? And actually, let's start here by making the image finally this big. So basically growing out of this element. So it looks like it is floating above, and that's even becoming more prominent with this shadow that we added to the image. So how do you think we can do that? Well, actually, we never did anything like this. So that would be a hard question. And so instead, let me actually show you. So there's no absolute positioning in this case, or nothing weird going on. Instead, what we do is that we can simply scale this image. So right now it is this small, but again, we can scale it. And so for that, we will learn about a brand new property, which is called transform. So transform is for many different things, and one of them is to scale elements. So we can use scale, and so here we use something called a function. So it's a scale function. And so here now we need to specify parentheses and then the value by which we want to scale. So if we write 1, then the element will stay the same size. If we use 2, then it will double the size. So like this. Okay. But in this case, let's try 1.5. And so that actually looks quite right, at least here vertically. So the space that it has right here now looks just right. Okay. Now, of course, we need to move it a little bit more to the right. And the position that the image has basically to the right is defined right now by the padding that is on the left. Right? So let me show you that by inspecting. And here actually it becomes nicely visible what happened. So you see there that original square. Well, if we click here, then we can see it. So this is what the image was like in the beginning, right? Just like this. But then by scaling it up, of course, it then overflows basically the original image and grows this large. So if we take that off, we can see it very nicely. So this is what it was before. And again, the position here is kind of defined by the padding. And so we can increase that padding like a lot. And so then once we scale the image, it will no longer be outside, basically here on the left side. Because remember that we want it like this. So we still want the green part to be visible here. So what we can do is to give it some padding to the left here. So increase the padding, which is 32 on all sides. But again, on this side, we want it to be more. So let's see what values we have here. And let's go with 86. Okay, 86 pixels. And there we go. So now if we take a look at that, like this, then the image used to be here. But then, of course, with the scaling, it now looks different. So it ends right here now. So of course, we now also need to increase the gap because the image is also overlaying this text. So let's try to go also with 86 and see if that is enough. And well, that looks kind of the same here and here, doesn't it? Maybe it's a bit more here from the eye, but I'm not really sure. And so I will just keep it like this. All right. However, now we have a problem, which is the fact that there was a lot of space created here also in these other gaps, because we still have the buttons here basically also as flex items where we don't want them to be. So these should not be flex items, but instead they are going to be absolutely positioned. All right, but that we will do in the next lecture. And so to just very quickly finish this one, I will just add the shadow that is still missing here from the image. All right, so let's add that here. So box shadow. And so again, horizontally, we don't want any offset. Then here, let's say vertically 12 pixels, then a blur of 24. And of course, you will have to experiment with these values here in order to gain some experience. So RGBA, remember? And then black, which is usually my go-to with some alpha value. Let's try 0.1 as always. And well, in order to really see it, we would need to remove these buttons. So let's do that. And again, many times I do these kinds of experimentations right in the browser using the DevTools. So I will just delete it here and delete it as well, simply by hitting the backspace, so the delete button on the keyboard. And so now the shadow is nicely visible, but it is not big enough, or actually not dark enough. So we can keep going here again by using our keys. So that's maybe a bit too much. Well, let's leave it at 25%. Now, the syntax here is actually a little bit different. So it's not like RGBA, but don't worry about that. All right. So let's just set it here to 0.25, which is essentially 25%. Okay, so that is fixed. Of course, the buttons are back, but never mind about them, because we will now fix that actually in the next lecture. So after a break, I see you back here. Okay, so let's keep working on our carousel. And I'm gonna start by actually nicely formatting these buttons here, just so that they look like these two here. All right, so basically making them white and round and the icon green and giving it some shadow. So let's have that here. Let's add some comment here like the controls. And so we want our button here. So first of all, the background color was, remember, white. Okay. And then since this is actually a button, it has by default a border that we need to remove. So that's a problem we run into before. And so the trick is always to set border to none. And so then it actually disappears completely. But let's set that back. So here we can simply define some height and some width. Let's say 40. I think that's part of our list here. Well, actually not. But let's cheat here in this case and use the value that's between 32 and 48. So we need to do that so that it looks more like the actual example, and with 40 pixels as well. So there we go. And finally, we can see actually the icons now as well, but they are very small. So we need to change that. And here they are called button icon. So button icon. And again, we will go with the height and width of 24 pixels. And there we go. Nice. Now, the fact that they are actually not squared, so basically that the width property is not being respected, is the fact that they are right now flex items. And so remember, the width works a little bit differently there. So right now the browser is trying to fit all this content here into the flex container, and so it will automatically shrink these items here, even though we set a width of 40 pixels. So if we actually want to see the real result, we should now take them out of this flex container. And the way in which we will do that is by actually positioning them absolutely. All right, so I will show you a little bit later why we do it that way. But for now, let's just do that. So position, absolute. And so remember, by doing that, we take the element completely out of the flow of the page, right? So for the surrounding elements, it is as if these elements were no longer on the page. And so then basically only these two elements here remain as flex items. All right, so that's very important to remember about absolute positioning. And another thing that's very important to remember is that we need to specify inside of which container these elements should actually be absolutely positioned. So in relation to what parent the absolute positioning is going to happen. And remember that we need to basically choose a parent element and set that one to position relative. All right. So in this case, that is pretty obvious, right? So the element that should be the parent of these two here is this entire carousel. So it is inside of that we want the absolute positioning to happen. So we need to do this, even though it is, of course, already the parent, but we still need to do this. Okay, let's see what happens now. And there we go. So now they are finally back to being squared, even though they are, of course, still not exactly in the position where we want them to be. But we will worry about that later. For now, let's finish formatting them. And so we want them to be round, and therefore let's use a border radius with a really high value. Or actually, since they are squared, remember we can simply say 50%, and that will then make them round as well. Then here we want actually this to have a color. So this icon, again, we use the stroke property. All right, and there we go. And then it looks as if this icon here is not really centered inside the button, but we can actually fix that quite easily because this element here is a child element. And so we can actually use this nice trick of simply setting this to a flex container and then align items to center it horizontally or actually vertically, and justify items or justify content, of course, and center as well. And so now that is nicely centered. So as we saw here, Flexbox is even very helpful when there is only one flex element. So one flex item. So in the button, of course, there is only one element. But still, in order to vertically center that, the easiest way is to declare the parent element as a flex container and then center it both horizontally and vertically like this. All right, but now comes the time where we actually want to position these two elements. So this one here should go to the right and then a little bit outside of it, and the other one to the left, right? So actually we need two different classes for each of them, so we can position them separately. So this one is, this is one button. So let's give it here simply another class. So a variation of button, which is button left. That's why I like to use these two dashes there. And then button right, like this. Okay. Actually, let's do it after the real button. So let's start by saying left 0, and then on the other one we say right 0. Okay, so that looks good already. And for some reason they are already vertically centered, but let's pretend they are not. Okay, so probably that is because of this flex container. Let's see. So they are still in a way flex items, even though they are absolutely positioned. And so if we no longer would align these items vertically, then you see that they would actually also move to another position. So for now, as we implement the technique that I want to show you next, let's leave it like this. All right. So let's go back to these buttons, because now I'm going to explain you and to show you a brand new technique that we use in CSS all the time, actually. And so this one has to be with absolute positioning and also kind of with centering at the same time. So to start, let's go back here to see what we actually want, which is these two buttons here to be exactly vertically centered, and even more importantly, also exactly centered here, basically on this line. So on this transition. All right. So how can we do that? And let's actually first focus on the vertical centering using absolute positioning. Okay. So we might think that we could vertically center this element simply by setting the position here to 50%. So actually the top. So here in the top property, remember that we can specify the distance basically from the top. And so we can do also that in percentages. So for example, we could specify 10%, and then that would look like this. However, we can also specify 50%. And so as I was just saying, we might think that since 50% is like half of 100%, that this might then vertically center this element. So let's take a look. And well, it kind of does, but it also doesn't. And the reason for that is that basically 50% is exactly half of the width of the parent container. And so that's from here to here. But that is only the start of the element. So the element starts right here, but basically we would like the center of the element to be here in the center, right? But that probably sounds a bit confusing. So let me actually show you now a visual representation of this technique. So this is our starting position where we have the carousel with the position set to relative and the button left with the position set to absolute, right? And so now, as we just did, we set the position to 50%. And so what that does is to move this element by exactly 50% of the parent's container's height. All right. So for example, if the carousel had a height of 600 pixels, then this button would have moved down 300 pixels. So exactly 50% of the parent's container. And this is really important. Okay. However, as we see here, what it did was to basically move the top of the element exactly to the middle, but not the element itself. And so that's where the second part of this technique comes in. So this technique of vertically centering with absolute positioning. And so that second part is by using the transform property once again. Now, in this case, we use transform not with scale, but with translating. And what translate does is to basically move the element around. Now, here we can specify the x value, which is basically horizontally, and the y value, which is the second one. And so that is vertically. And in this example, I set that to minus 50%. And why minus 50? Well, because that will basically move the element exactly 50% of its height back to the top. And again, these 50% here in the transform property are actually 50% of the actual element's height. So not of the parent container's height. And that is completely different, okay? And so the result of doing this is that now the element will be exactly centered vertically. So again, the translate property takes two values, where the first one is basically horizontally and the second one is vertically. And so by specifying minus 50% means that the element will move up because of the minus, and it will move up by exactly 50% of its actual height. And so by doing this, after the second step, it will be completely centered vertically. All right. So I hope that made sense, especially with this animation, and maybe we can play that again. So we start here, which will move the element down here. So again, 50% of the parent container's height. Then we add the translate, as I just explained, which will move it back 50%. Okay? And so let's now go back to code and actually implement this. Okay, so here we are back, and actually let's put this here in the button left so that we don't get too confused. Okay, so that looks the same, but now let's go back to our transform property. So transform, and remember, now we don't use scale like we did before, but we use translate. And here, again, we set the first one to 0 by now, which is horizontally, and then vertically, we want minus 50% for the reasons that I just explained to you. And so take a look at this button now, and there we go. Now it is vertically centered using this absolute positioning technique. Great, so that's beautiful, but you might be wondering why we didn't simply use the power of Flexbox for this. And the reason is that, well, we actually don't want this to be a flex element. That's the first thing. The second thing is that sometimes we actually want to position an element absolutely like this, and then it is important that you know this technique. And third, is because actually we want to use translate also horizontally, right? Because in this case, if we simply used Flexbox, then actually this wouldn't work. First, because remember it created all those extra gaps for all of these elements that we did not want. And then also because it would be impossible to place these elements basically outside of the container, which is exactly what we're going to do now, right? So what I mean here is that this translate, of course, is not only vertically, but also horizontally. So we can specify a value here. So let's experiment first with some other value, let's say 10 pixels, just so you see how it works. And so what happens is that it moved 10 pixels to the side, right? But what if we set it to 50%? Well, then basically it will move half of its own width to the right side. So that's almost what we want, but we want it to move to the left side, right? And so we say minus 50%, and there you go. Now it is exactly where we want it to be. So right in the center here, basically vertically centered with this border here. So this end of the element. And to make that even more visible, let's add some box shadow here. Okay, so vertically 12 pixels. Then let's blur it 24. And once again, I'm just using this here very quickly. And with experience, this will become easier for you. All right. And so now we can see that beautifully, right? It is really exactly at the center. Now, we could, of course, also have done it completely without the transform. So if we did this, of course, it would look like this. And we could then try to guess these values here kind of manually. But the problem is that, again, these top and left values are not in relation to the element itself, but to the parent element. So that is really one of the main takeaways of this lecture. So in relation to parent element, so I'm actually writing that down here for you, and this is in relation to element itself. And so here we could now like say minus 125 pixels or something. And in this case, we do actually know the width of these elements. So we could have said like minus 20 pixels, and then that would have worked. But usually that is actually not the case. So that is oversimplifying it. So usually we would have to mess here manually with some pixels or even with some percentage, which is even worse, like 3%, for example. And then that is too much. So we would try 2%, which is not enough. And so, yeah, this is not a good idea. It is better to put these to some default like 0 and 50, and then use this. All right. Then here we need the same transform in the button right, but in the opposite direction. So of course we need this top here as well. So let's put that, well, let's copy it just so it's a bit easier for you to understand. But we could also have simply put it here into the button, which is the class that both of them have in common. But anyway, now it looks like this. And so in this case, we actually want it to move to the right. And so here, this value needs to be positive. Okay, and there it is. So we have our buttons here completely positioned in the exact position where we wanted them to be. And so once again, that is a perfect use case for absolute positioning. Now let's turn this back on. So to put the text back to where it was. And also we need some, we want the cursor here to be a mouse on these buttons. So that's something I forgot. And it's a trick that we already used before. So cursor set to pointer. All right. So that looks almost the same. it is a little bit different, but that's, well, because we used some different values. But what matters is that we are still missing these dots here. So these are basically also buttons, and they are located also outside of this container. All right. So if it's outside of its own container, that looks again as if we will need some absolute positioning here, right? And so let's go ahead and now code this part very quickly. So right here at the very end, where these controls start, let's add some container element, let's say some div, which I'm going to call the dots. And then let's put 4 button elements in there. So for these 4 elements. So the button with the class of dot. And now what should we put in here? Well, we can simply leave it empty, but usually it's a better practice to create an empty space. So something that looks like this, but remember that HTML actually ignores empty spaces like this. So instead of writing an empty space like this, it is a common technique to use an HTML entity for that. And that entity, so that entity that represents the empty space, is NBSP, like this. So you see it here, it's a non-breaking space. That's what NBSP means. All right, so again, that's just in order to not leave this button completely empty, which is not a good idea usually. Okay, copy it 4 times, and then we need dots and dot. Okay, and let's start with these, giving it some height and some width. And the visual styling here is not really important. For me, what matters most at this point is more like the stuff about laying out the elements actually. So again, since this is a button, we need to reset the background color or set it to something. So let's set it to white. And then it looks like we have some border going on here, right? So border, and that is a 2-pixel border, solid and or green. Okay, let's check that out. And here it is. Now we cannot really see the border because it is green. And this whole dots element is of course now yet another flex item, because we didn't yet position it absolutely. But let's do that a bit later and continue styling the dots. So here, let's also make them round with a border radius of 50% and give it the cursor like this. Okay. All right. And now we need to also put them side by side, I guess. Right. So for that, well, actually, let's first position them absolutely. So position absolute. Okay, there they are. And now, of course, we want them to be in the center. So right here, and then at the bottom for now. And so we will now again use the exact same technique that we used before, only it being horizontally this time. But the technique itself works in the exact same way. So what I just explained to you before in that slide. So this time, instead of setting the top to 50%, I will set the left to 50%. So left, 50%. And so that will move basically the start of the element right to the middle of the parent container. Because again, top and left use the dimensions of the parent element as the reference. Okay, but now we use transform and then translate. And now the first value is the horizontal one. And so we move it back 50%, which remember is in relation to itself. All right, and so now it's in the center. Nice. Let's also put it at the very bottom. bottom 0. There we go. And now let's move it down. And so for that, I really like to use the transform property. So again, I like to put these here like to 0 or to 50% or some really round value like that. And then here we can use translate to position it exactly where we want. So let's say 32 pixels, which is one of our values. And yeah, that looks nice. And so now let's actually put some space between them. And to do that, I will make this a flex container and declare some gap on it. Okay. And if this is all going a little bit too fast for you, especially the constant use of the flex property, then of course feel 100% free to maybe review that part. So maybe the part about Flexbox. But anyway, let's now define some quick gap here. 12 pixels. All right, beautiful. And with this, we might be, well, almost done. So the first one here still needs to be green. So let's give the first one a special class. So maybe that's yet another trend that you are starting to see. So that we have one class for everything. And then we have specialized classes, which give some of them basically some additional power. And in this case, that additional power will be that green background color. There we go. And that looks basically the same. Just again, some spacing that's different. The content is also different. But besides that, oh, here we actually need to fix a bit the padding. And I think that's something I mentioned in the beginning. So let's do that. And also that's an opportunity actually to show you something else. So here, of course, we could simply write padding to the right should be like 48 pixels. So that's better. Let's just remove that last word there. I don't like the way that looks. Even this one maybe. Cool. Yeah, but anyway, going back here, this of course works because we set the general padding to 32, then we override the padding on the left to 86, and then we override the padding to the right to 84. However, we can set that all in one go. So remember how the padding property has a shorthand which allows us to set the top and bottom in the first value and the left and right in the second value, right? So like this. So this would be top and bottom and this left and right. However, we can also take that further. So we can specify 4 values, and those 4 values will then be top, right, bottom, and left. So basically clockwise starting at the top. So let me take out all of this and replace it with just one declaration. Again, it starts at the top and then goes clockwise around the 4 borders, basically, the 4 sides of the box. So in the top, we want 32 pixels. On the right, we want 48 pixels. In the bottom, 32 pixels, and left, 48. Give it a save. And that is wrong, because actually on the left, it is 86. So this one here. And so now it is correct. And so now we did actually finish this small project. It was a bit bigger than I thought it would be, but still, I think it was fun and the final result looks fantastic. And we did learn a lot of things here. Actually starting with this. So this is something new. Then we learned how to scale an image. And then finally, we learned this very important technique where we could place an element anywhere that we wanted by using a combination of absolute positioning and transform with translate. So maybe experiment a little bit with the transform property with the translate function. So try different values here for horizontal and vertical placement, and yeah, that will then help you solidify this new knowledge. And then I see you back here for our next component, which is going to be a table. And I promise that's going to be a little bit simpler. The next component that we're going to build is a table. So we're going to build a similar table to this one that we saw in our component gallery. So again, this is what our final table will look like. And let's again start by creating a new HTML file. So 03 table.html. And now remember, we will copy the code from this component. So selecting everything and then pasting it here. Then let's also go back here. So to this base URL here, basically. And then we're going to select, oh, actually right here, we need to do that. So we finished our carousel before. Now let's go back. So this here is indeed the base URL. And then here, now we have we need to reload, apparently. So now here is the table. So it's still empty. And so let's get started. And the first thing that I want to tell you is that tables are actually not used a lot anymore in web development. Now, way back in the day, tables actually used to be the first way in which developers built layouts. But now, of course, with Flexbox and CSS Grid, we have way better ways of doing that. However, that being said, tables do still have a place in HTML, especially if we are really trying to represent some data set that can be displayed using a table. And so then the table is the most semantic way of doing that. So let's see how it works in HTML. So we have the table element, and so all starts with that element. So the table element, and then for each of the rows that we want in the table, we use a TR element. So TR stands for table row, right? And then inside of the row, for each column, so basically for each piece of data, we use a TD element. So TD stands for table data. So here in this table, we basically want 4 columns. So just like this. So chair, the laid back, the worker bee, and the chair 4.2, because those are the 4 chair names that we had in the project in the last section. Remember that? And so here, this is basically simply a table which contains some of the information about those chairs. And now the chair 4.2. Let's also create another row right away before we actually see what it looks like in our HTML. And let's actually create another row here before we see the result in the browser. So a second row, and so therefore another TR element here. And then once again, inside of that, 1 TD for each of the pieces of data. So here we want the width. So this row here is all about the width dimension. So 80 centimeters, then here, and this other one has 220 centimeters. Okay, so let's check it out. And well, for now that doesn't look so great, but still we can see that somehow it is a table actually. So this 60, for example, starts right here below the worker bee. So in the same place here. And so it does look like a table already, but of course we will need to style it a lot using CSS. But for now, let's actually finish here and add the other 2 rows. And you see that this is actually a lot of work, writing all this code like this. Here I'm even missing the TD. And if you think about it, we could actually create the exact same thing using CSS Grid, right? So this table that we see here on the right side, you could probably quite easily build that up using CSS Grid. However, again, in many situations, using a table is actually the more semantic way of doing it. So if you really have tabular data, so data that really can be fit into a table like this, then using the right element for the job is many times the best way to go. So even though visually we could create the same thing in another way. But anyway, finishing here our table, we're almost done with that. And of course, we could have just copied this code here, then replaced everything. But, well, as I mentioned in the beginning, actually typing the code is the way that it gets into your brain. Okay, so this is our table. And as I mentioned, we still need to style this a lot using CSS, but let's actually leave that for the next video, because there's still some more things that I want to show you about tables. So right now, all the cells in our table here look basically exactly the same. However, usually in a table, the first row is different. So as we see here in the demo, the first row has this background color and the text is bold, and the same thing here for the first column. So the text is bold, and so it's kind of special and different from the data itself that is right here, right? And we can actually do that using HTML. So basically marking this first column here as being special. And with special, I mean that we can basically tell our HTML that this first row here is the head of the table and the rest of the content is the table's body. So to do that, we can wrap this first row here into the t-head element. So that's table head. And then I will use that trick of using Option or Alt down to move this down. Oh, sorry. And then here we have the t-body. And now let's actually copy this or cut and put it here at the end. And now if we give this a save, then it actually still looks the same because this is only one part of what we need to do. So again, first we declared that this first row here should be the head of the table. And so now semantically, this table makes a lot more sense because it's nicely divided into these more logical sections. So we have the table head and the table body, but if we actually want this cell here to look different, so if we want to mark it as an actual table head, we need to use a different element here also. So here, instead of using TD, we use TH, which is basically a table head cell within this group of cells. So inside of this row here. All right. So let's do that with all of these four. We want all of them to be a table head cell. And so now if we reload, now they look bold and special. All right. And now let's do the same actually with these here. So with the width, depth, and height. And so we can do the same here inside of all the other rows. So this cell right here, we can also declare it as the table head cell of this basically group of cells here. So this row in this case. And so now as we reload, then this one is marked special as well. And so let's do the same here with these two. And with that, we have a nice semantic table, which now makes a lot of sense visually and also in terms of what the code represents. Great. So with that, we finished the HTML markup. Now, there's a lot more things to do with tables in HTML. So things like spanning across multiple rows or multiple columns, but that is not really necessary to learn these days, I believe. So this is more of an overview of how we work with tables, just in case you see one in the wild, because otherwise this code might be quite confusing to you. So like what all these TRs, NTH, and TD here actually mean. And so now you know that it is a table, right? But anyway, let's now go to the next lecture and actually style this table. So now let's style the table that we have been working on. And as always, let's start by giving our component a fixed width and also center it in the viewport. So here I'm going to select the table simply using the element selector of the table. So a width, again, of 800 pixels. And just so we can see this, let's actually also give it some background color. Just for a short amount of time. All right. So you see that now the table got wider, and then these three columns here basically grew in order to fill that empty space. And we can also see that by default, now this text here is centered. So that's because this is a TH element, so a table head cell, because the same we can see here in these four. So these one are now also centered, right? But this column here did not expand like these three did, and that's simply because all of these cells here are table head cells. All right, so now let's center this inside of the viewport, but let's actually use another way. So we have been doing always this trick. So margin something and then auto. And of course, that is going to work here as well. However, I want to start showing you that there are always multiple ways of doing things in CSS. So, can you think of another way of centering our entire page here inside of the viewport? And remember that this viewport that we see here is basically the body. So how could we do this? Well, one way of doing it is to say that the body should be a flex container. So display flex, and there is nothing wrong with that. So the body is just like any other element. So we can also make it a flex container just like any of the other elements. And so now, in order to then center all the flex items, which in this case is just one, remember that we use justify content set to center. And there we go. Now let's just give this here some margin to the top still. All right. Now let's remove this color here. And now I actually want to give this table for now some borders. So we can say border 1 pixel and then solid as always. And let's just use some gray. Well, we can go with this one actually. And so this will add basically a border all around the table. And now let's say we wanted to add borders inside of the whole table. So between all the cells, like in a more traditional table. So between all the rows and all the columns. So to do that, we can simply select all of the table cells and then add a border around all of them. Now, our cells are these TD elements and also the TH elements, right? So we need to select both of them at the same time here if we want to style them in the same way. And for now, that's what we want to do. And so, as I was saying, let's add some border here of 1 pixel solid and or gray color. And there we go. And that looks a little bit strange, but if we think about it, this result actually makes sense. So each of the cells has a border around it. And so that's why here, basically, we have two borders very close to each other, right? Now, usually we don't want this to look in this way. And so there is this weird property, which is called border collapse. And so basically what we will do here is that when we have two borders close to one another, like we have here, we can make them collapse. So collapse means that these will basically be put together into just one border. So just like this. So see the difference? Before, we basically had two borders in the same position. So here, for example, coming from the top of this one and coming from the bottom of this one. And so if we say we want to collapse them, then they are transformed into just one. Now here, let's also add some padding. So 16 top and bottom, 24 left and right, let's say. So that is starting to look more like a real table. And actually we want all of the text here to be aligned to the left. So no centering. And so text align left. Nice. So that is starting to look a little bit like what we have here. Right. But now let's actually get rid of these borders, because in this case we don't want it, but I still wanted to show you how you could add borders in the correct way if you wanted to do that for your own tables at some point. Great. Now remember, what we want to do now is to format this first row here to have this green background color, and the text should also be white. Okay. So how are we going to do that? Well, we somehow need to select basically all of these cells that we have here and format them individually. So we usually never format like an entire row or the head. So instead, what we do is to format the cells themselves. Now these four here are TH elements, but we cannot just do this because there are also TH elements right here. So inside of the table body. But we just want the ones that are in the table head. And so we can simply do this, right? So a descendant selector selecting only the table head cells that are inside of the actual table head. And so here we can now give them that green background color. And also set the text to white. Okay, so that is starting to look better and better. Now we have this issue that we have kind of these invisible borders here, basically between these cells. And in order to fix that, we actually need to make them disappear by turning this one here back on. So we do, in fact, always need this border collapse here set to collapse. All right. And so now, since we didn't specify any borders, then these invisible borders that we had here before kind of disappeared. Now, if we take a look here at the demo, we see that actually the four columns have the exact same width. So let me show you how we can also do that. And so basically what we need to do is to format the width of these very first cells, so the ones that are in the head, and then the entire table will follow. So it will automatically adjust itself if we say that the width of each of these table head cells, so these four here, should be 25%. So 25% is of course 100% divided by 4. And there we go. All right. And with that, we are almost done. So if we compare it here, it looks almost the same. While the text is a little bit bigger, let's fix that as well. So here we can say that the font size should be 18 pixels. All right. But now what's missing is this very typical table formatting of adding these zebra stripes, which is what we call them. So basically that's having these alternating background colors, which makes the table really easy to read and to scan. Now I noticed that we're kind of missing one of the rows here. So we have the width, depth, and weight, but there's no height. So this second row here is missing somehow. So let's quickly add that. And I will just copy all of this here and paste it down here. And so here, this is height. and 100, 110, and 90. All right. And so this now actually looks exactly the same except for the zebra stripes. So let's do those zebra stripes. And so let me show you how we can do that. So inside of the T-body, we now basically want to select the odd rows and the even ones. So with odd, I mean the row number 1, 3, 5, and so on and so forth. And with odd, we want the second one, the fourth, 6, 8, and so on. And so let's select the TRs inside of the T-body, so the table rows. And then remember that we have this very handy nth child pseudo class. So nth child, which remember basically allowed us to select any of the child elements by their order number. So for example, we could do this, select just the third one, and set the background color to red there. And so now the entire third row here would become red. Now I said previously here that we actually usually select these cells individually, but back here that was basically because I also needed to individually style actually these cells with this width. But we could in fact also have done this. So T hat and then the TR, and here of course there's only one. And so the result would look exactly the same, right? But this styling here of the width of the individual cells will of course need to stay in this selector right here. So in this rule. All right. So again, many times we do format only individual cells, but in this case, where we want to select the row based on the order, we actually need to style rows. All right. And so I think I explained this before, that here we can use a keyword of odd and even. And so the odd ones are now red. So again, that's 1, 3, 5, and so on. And then let's do the same with even. And so here, some other color. And of course, that looks very bad. And so let's get some actual colors again here from open color. And so let's actually use this very, very light gray here for the odd ones. And then some darker tone, maybe this one here, for the even cells. Or the even rows, actually. And yeah, there we go. That's it. Let's compare it. And it is exactly the same one. Great. And so this is the basics of creating and of styling tables with HTML and CSS. Welcome to the coding challenge of this section. So we have built a couple of components together, and so now it's time for you to actually build this component here on your own. So basically this very simple pagination component that you see here on the right side. And this is what the final result should look and work like. So when we hover over these buttons here, they get this green background color, and the same here for each of the pages link. So here I want you to use two buttons, one to go to the previous and one to go to the next page. Then these in here are simply links, so anchor elements. And then we also have these dots here, which is a simple span text element. All right. Now, I don't want you to use any absolute positioning here or anything like that. So these buttons look the same or very similar to the ones that we used in the carousel component. But there we used some absolute positioning, which is not necessary in this case. So we don't have any visual container here. And so this one here is simply going to be the first element and this the last one. All right. Then notice how all of this here is vertically aligned and also how this entire pagination is centered in the browser. All right. And so I think that is enough for the instructions. So please go ahead and try to build this challenge now. And this is probably going to be the hardest challenge of all yet in this course. And so please don't be discouraged in case there is something that you cannot really do. So just try to do all that you can. So basically trying your best, because that's, as always, the most important thing. So pause the video now here and then come back for the solution once you're done. Okay, so how did that go? Hopefully you managed to do part of this pagination. And so now here comes the solution in case you missed anything. So let me, as always, get the starter code basically from this component file, then paste that here. Collapse the sidebar. And I will now start here writing the HTML as always. Now here we want a div with the class of pagination. And of course, we need to close that. And then we can immediately start with the first button element here, which will contain this icon. So you could have copied that from the carousel component, or also, of course, here from the hero icons. So that's what I'm doing now. All right. So this one, let's actually give it the class of button, and this one here, button icon. Then let's build our anchor elements. And I didn't mention that these shouldn't point anywhere, but hopefully you figured that one out on your own. So calling these one page links, but of course, you could have called them whatever you liked. Okay. So copy pasting this a couple of times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the last one for page 23. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 23. Okay. And then also here between the 6 and the 23, so basically before the last one, we have some dots. So basically indicating that there are more than 6 pages and in total 23 pages. So that's a common thing to do in a pagination like this. And as I mentioned here, I'm going to use a span element with the class of just dots. And then here, well, the 3 dots. Okay, and let's now take a look here at what it looks like. So we need to reload this usually, and then here we go. So we have the button here, which is again very small, and we're missing actually the last button. So again, that's called btn. And then let's grab this icon here with the class of btn icon. Okay, and now I will copy all of these here, again with the trick of hitting Alt or Option at the same time. And I think that's it. So copying everything. And there we go. Now actually I'm going to do the same trick here again, because now I want to write the same thing in all of them. So we want to add a dot, then we can go all the way to the end, and then we can write this like this. All right, so we saved some time there, and let's now start styling them one by one here. And I will actually again start with the icon, because that's what makes these buttons here look so small right now. So we're giving them again a height and width of 24 pixels. So 24. And then, of course, the green color. So that's again using the stroke property. All right, so those are the icons. And remember that it's supposed to be this round with the green border around the button. So let's start with that actually. Border 1 pixel solid. Then let's give it some height and some width here as well. And let's make it double the one of the icons themselves. So 48 pixels. And then for the round corners, so basically to make it round, remember we use a border radius of 50%. All right, nice. Now we just need to get rid of the background color, which these buttons always have by default. And we also want to add that cursor, as always. Well, that didn't work. That's because here we actually need background, not just background color. Okay, now let's do the visual formatting of these individual links here. So that is page link. And then of course, we need to add our pseudo classes, which are the link and the visited here first. And then remember also hover and visited, or actually hover and active. So let's start with the regular link styling. Let's make them a little bit bigger, 18 pixels, let's say. Then we also want the color to be our gray, so the one that we have always been using. And we want to get rid of the underlining. So that's text decoration none. And now as for the hover effect, let's again check out how that looks like. So basically there is this circle around each of the links, which then becomes green as we hover over it. Now what that means is that this circle actually needs to kind of exist already in the predefined link. So in the state before the hover, right? So let's actually do that. And as always, to make that work visually, let's give it some background color here first. And so now, of course, it's only a square. And if we hovered, or if we gave it some style now for the hover, then only that square would become green. And also the color white, since we're here already. So, right, now only the square that's around the actual element or behind the element would become green. And so we need to make that circle here at this point. So in order to do that, we give it a height and a width. So 36, which is one of the values that is in the spacing system, and the width of 36 as well. And so by this, we can ensure that it is an actual square. Now, right now, this didn't work yet because remember that by default, this is an inline element, and so therefore it's not going to work. Inline block. And so now they are squares as expected. So to inline elements, height and width does not apply, right? And so we need to change that to something else. Great. So now we have this square that we can make round. And by the way, we couldn't use padding in order to create this new space, because by doing that, we could not ensure that they would be perfect squares. But by doing this, we can. Now, we also need to center the text now inside of the squares, both horizontally and vertically, right? So, once again, what is a nice trick to do that? Well, we can do that once again using Flexbox. And I think we did this trick before. So basically using Flexbox simply to center the text that is inside of an element, both horizontally and vertically. So here actually we do not want inline block as the display property, but flex, and then here align items, center, and also justify content center. All right, there we go. Now these links here suddenly got stacked, so they're now one below the other, and that's because basically by default a flex container is also something like a block element. So again, each of these page links here is now a flex container, right? And by default, flex containers are also like block elements. And so therefore, each of these elements now here occupies its own line. All right. So let's fix that in a moment. But in order not to jump around all the time, let's finish this part here first. So we still need to make them round. So that's border radius 50%. Right. And then we need to get rid, of course, of this background color. And so now that is actually the effect that we were going for, right? Okay. Actually, we also need the same effect here on these buttons, right? So we need to quickly implement that as well. So that is button hover. So background color this green. And now, of course, we also need to make the icon itself white. Like this, it is impossible to see, right? Now here, we need to do this. So let me write it first and then explain. So we are still interested in what happens when we hover the button here and not the button icon. And so what we want to happen is that the icon turns white when we hover the button. And so that's why we write button hover, like we did before. And then as a child of that condition, basically button icon selector. And so that is where the stroke then becomes white. All right. And so that works beautifully now. So if we didn't do this, so if we simply said, we copy this, because this is actually important. So if we did this, then it would work in a quite different way. So now if we hovered only the button, then the icon would still be green. But now as we move more inward, so at some point we will hover over the icon, right? And so now that is when the icon becomes white as we want it. But only, again, once we actually hover the icon itself. So that's what we said here, right? But again, that's not the effect we are looking for. Instead, we want the icon here to become white as soon as we actually hover the button itself. So just like this, right? Okay, so the visual styling here is almost complete. Now let's finally take care of the layout. So basically putting all of these elements here side by side. So that is the pagination class. And so as expected, for that, we're going to use Flexbox. So it is a one-dimensional layout, so just a row. And so Flexbox is the right job for that. Beautiful. And now let's, of course, vertically align our items here. So align items, center. Okay. And now just to finish, we need some gap between them. And there we go. And of course, also we want to center this entire component here inside of the body as always. All right. Now here, you would have actually needed that trick that I showed you in the last lecture. So using basically Flexbox in order to center this component. That's because the trick with margin 0 auto will actually not work in this case. So that trick, remember, only works when we actually define a width on the element. So in this case, we would have to declare a width on the pagination and then use that trick of margin 0 auto. But in this case, we are not interested in actually giving this pagination a width. So the width is simply defined by basically all the width of this here added together, right? So we're not defining it, and so therefore that trick would not work. So instead, what we're going to do is to again make the body a flex container and then justify content center. And by the way, this is not the kind of things that I expected you to also do in the coding challenge. So for the challenge, I was mainly interested that you did like this visual styling and all of that, but centering in the browser using this technique here, if you didn't do that, that's not a problem at all. Now let's just add some margin to the top here. All right, nice. So let's take a look at what's different. And so here, these dots, they need to have a different color. And then also there is basically this indication that we're on page number 3 right now. So basically an active page indicator. So let's style our dots, which are right here, right? And let's use some gray background color here. Let's say this. Not a background color, but an actual text color. Nice. And now, again, we want one of them here to look as if they were active right now. And so basically that style is exactly the same style as the hover, right? So we see that here, and it is exactly what happens when we hover. So since we already have that style written, which is this one here, we can simply reuse that. So let's add a class down here in the third one. So page link and then some sort of variation, which remember I like to use 2 dashes for that. So current. So this is the current page link. So let's copy that. And now we need to paste that right here. Okay, because once again, we already have written this style here. And so we can simply add this class to this list. And of course, we could have done it separately as well, but then we would have this code here in duplicate. And that's not what we want. However, actually, this is not going to work. And let me show you. Right. So it gave it the correct background color, but the text color itself is still coming from up here. And that's because right now, both these rules here are actually applying. So of course, this element is still a page link. So still this one here. And so that's where the text color comes from. But it is also a page link current. So that's where the background color comes from. So it uses this background color over this one here, which means that somehow this selector here gets priority over this one here. So this one. And the reason for that is a little bit complicated, but if we hover over it, you will see here that it says selector specificity 0 to 0, right? And down here, it says 0, 1, 0. And so that 2 here is higher, and so that's why this applies. And if you're interested in why this is 2, well, the quick reason is that here, this selector does actually have 2 classes or pseudo classes. So this is 1, and this is 2. And so that's why we have that 2. And here we only have 1. And so that's where this 1 comes from. However, we want this here to be applied always, right? So we want actually the color to be white as well. And so we need to make that the specificity is also 2 here. So what we can do is to use a new selector, which is basically the end selector. So let me write that here. And again, of course, this is not the kind of things that you could have figured out by yourself in the coding challenge, right? So basically, if we write this, but without the space here, that's very important, then that means that this only applies when the element has this selector and also this one. Okay? So again, this is the AND selector, and it only applies to an element if it has both of these classes. So in this case, it does have page link and also page link current. Okay, and so very important, not the space. So with the space, it is a descendant selector, but without the space, it is an AND selector. So again, AND meaning that the element has both this class and this class. And so now the selector has two classes, and when we hover it, we see that 2 here. And so now both of them have 2, and so in that case, the one that is last is the one that applies. And so now you see that it turned white. All right, so this part, I admit, is a bit confusing. So maybe go back a little bit and listen to my explanation again, because this can be a source of confusion when you write your own code. And then in some situation, you might not really understand what is going on. Just remember that I showed you in one of the first sections the priority between these selectors. So between ID selectors and class selectors and element selectors. But there we didn't talk about this notion of specificity. And I still don't want to go deep into that. But I just want you to use basically VS Code here as a help. And so whenever you have one selector that has a lower value here in one of these points, then that is the one that will not get applied. So the one with the higher value is the one that gets applied. Okay, and again, now both here are at 2, so 0, 2, 0, and then it is the last of the 2 that gets applied. So if we change this here to the top, then it would still not work. So only now, because it is the last one, is the reason why it works. And I think with this, we actually finished this component. Yep, everything works nicely. And so that is it. So everything works nicely. And so our work is done here. So here is part 2 of the final web design lecture, which, remember, is about components and layouts. And in part 1, we talked about single elements and also components, right? And so now here in part 2, we are going to talk about bigger components, which I like to call section components, and also some layout patterns. But without further ado, let's get started with the section components. And we're going to start with navigation components. So in all these 4 examples, you have some navigation bar at the top of the page, and then when the user clicks or hovers over some of the menu items, then this sub-menu reveals itself. And here the sub-menu or secondary menu is just a small box basically that hovers over the rest of the page. So this is essentially the simplest way of having submenus on the page. And even simpler than this would to not have any submenu at all, which sometimes is also the right choice. So sometimes we just have a navigation bar with some links at the top of the page and without any submenu at all. But if we do need a submenu, which is usually when there are multiple subpages, like you see here in these examples, then we need a menu like this or an even bigger one. And so here are some examples of a kind of more complex submenu. So here we have a bigger box that gets popped out once the user hovers or clicks over one of the navigation items. So this is helpful when you have multiple subpages, or if you want to also include some more information maybe inside of the submenu. So this is essentially taking it one step further from what we had before. And then this one here is even the next step, which is basically having one panel that reveals itself and which occupies the entire width of the page. So these are useful when we have even more links to display or when we want to describe different pages of our website beforehand. So here in this bottom example, these different parts of the website are nicely being described by a short sentence. So this is actually a very nice feature that is becoming quite modern, so that you will see on many websites that you visit these days. And so here are some more examples of that. And again, you see how all of them give a short description about these different pages that the user is about to visit. So it's kind of a small summary of maybe the subproducts that the website has. Then here we have some more examples. Here, the one in the bottom of IBM has kind of a sidebar also in the navigation. The one in the top has some very nice images. And again, these are actually part of the navigation, just like also on the Apple side, which uses these icons. So actually kind of these product images close to the links themselves. All right. Then here are some more creative uses of navigations where we have some overlays. So these two on the right side especially. So this is a navigation pattern that's used on mobile screens where the entire navigation overlays the rest of the page, but it might also be used on the desktop version of these pages because this simply provides a nice effect in some cases. Then in the bottom, I also have some simpler navigations, and these are usually used in some kind of web application. Then here, finally, we have some examples of secondary navigations. And a secondary navigation is basically just a second navigation bar that shows the user all the other pages that are inside of the current main navigation item. Like in this Blue Wave example here, we are currently in the Community Solar menu item, which has two sub-pages. And so those are project services and sales partners. And so they are nicely displayed here in this secondary navigation for the user to be able to basically navigate this secondary menu item. So these can be helpful again if you have a big website with a lot of different pages. Okay, but now let's actually move on to our hero sections. And the hero section is basically the very first section of the page, which contains like a description of the site in the main heading. And many times it also has some buttons and some images. And right now for the hero section, there are three big trends. The first one is to have text on one side and the image on another side. Then the second one is to have a background image with some text on top. And the third one is to first have some text and then below that some image. And so let's start with the first example. So having the text on one side and then an image on another one. So this is, I would say, the most common hero section that we see these days. So again, some buttons, some headlines, and many times there's also some text description of the product or the service. So here are some more examples of that. And again, I'm including many different examples here because I know that this is going to be really helpful when you need to choose some design for your own hero section one day. So here are even more, and actually even more right here. So this is the first type of hero section. So again, image on one side, text on the other side. And now let's go to the second type. So having a background image and then some text on top. Now this type of hero section used to be extremely popular like 5 years ago, but now it's getting a little bit out of favor and is replaced by the category that we just saw. So here I just have 4 examples, and now here is the other one. So where first we have some text and maybe a button, and they're all nicely centered, and then below that usually we have some kind of image. So that's exactly what you see here in all these 4. And here are 4 more examples of that. And again, hopefully you like one of them for your next design. Then here we have some hybrids. So mixing multiple of the styles that I mentioned before. So that's of course also possible. Next up, let's talk about the page's footers. And again, we can do them in many different ways, but right now it's kind of a trend, and actually it's become a standard even, I would say, to include a complete sitemap of your website right here in the footer. So that's exactly what we have in all these examples right here. Now, if your website is very big with a lot of different pages, then maybe it doesn't make sense to have like an entire sitemap, but at least usually some secondary or even tertiary links are usually found in the footer. So some information about the company or some privacy policies or simply some other information of the company or website. It's also very common to have the social icons in the footer, so the links that will point to the different social media profiles of the company. And sometimes there's also some kind of submit form, like to sign up for some newsletter or something like that. Then here are some more examples, some a little bit more complex or more creative. Now in the bottom here, we actually also have some way more simpler footers. So not always you need to go with a fully fledged footer like the ones we just saw. For example, the Tesla website, which is this very last one here, simply has these 7 or 8 links, and that's it. So that's also an okay choice if you want to go with a more minimalistic approach. Next up, let's talk about call to action sections. And these are some kind of section that we have close to the end of our page, where after presenting all the information that we wanted to show on the page, we then want the user to take some kind of action. So maybe subscribing to a newsletter or trying out a free trial or simply contacting the company. And for these sections, it's quite common to have them stand out from the rest of the elements of the page by using some sort of visual hierarchy, like using a different color or using some background image. So when you build some kind of marketing page, then usually you will want to have some kind of call to action section by the end of the page. So here are some more examples that you can use if you'd like. Then here are 4 more, and this one here I included them because all of them use the process of social proof once again by the end of the page. So the 2 examples at the top use some customer logos to show again that their product is actually used, and so that adds a lot of social proof. And then the 2 examples at the bottom, they simply reinforce some of the most important product features, like saying that it is just a one-time purchase or reassuring the user that there is a 30-day money-back guarantee. So again, these can be very important to push the user over the edge in order to basically have them spend their money. Then these 4 examples here, they simply ask the user to contact them, which is something that is very useful if the site is not for some kind of service that the user can sign up for. So these 4 call to action sections, they simply ask the user to contact them. And that can also be a very valid way of having the user take some action by the end of the page. So you can provide some email address or some telephone number or simply a link to a contact form. But whatever your website and your industry is about, always make sure to have some call to action section like this one. Now finally, our last section components are the feature rows. So feature rows are small sections of the page which usually describe some feature of the product or service. And usually multiple of these rows are then combined using some kind of pattern, as we will see in a minute. But anyway, a feature row like this is usually quite simple. So normally there is some kind of image on one side, and then there is some text on the other side. And this text is usually some small heading, and then some description, and also sometimes maybe a button that leads to a page that explains that feature a little bit better. And so that's what we can actually see on all of these 4 feature rows, right? So always an image, then some text, and 3 of them actually do have a button. Then here, let's take a look at some more. And I'm sure you have seen these type of feature rows all the time when you browse, well, most type of websites. So take some inspiration from these. And here are some more. And in 3 of these examples, we actually have a testimonial right here in the feature row. So one testimonial that is related to the feature that is being displayed in this row. And this can be a very powerful way of selling the product or service. And so more and more websites are starting to do this. So definitely something that you can try out once you build your own websites. Then here are some more for your inspiration. And what these have in common, or at least 3 of them, is that they use a small uppercase title just before the main heading. And so this is another trend that we are starting to see more and more. And I think I actually explained this somewhere else already a little bit. All right, so these are the 5 big section components that I identified and that I'm sure you will start seeing now everywhere once you start browsing the web with this knowledge. And so now let's actually move on to patterns. But what actually is a layout pattern? Well, a layout pattern is simply a specific way of repeating a certain component multiple times. And the most simple layout pattern is probably the simple row of boxes or row of cards. So previously in our component gallery, we actually saw some of them before, but individually. But here we have them repeated in a row. And so this is a very, very common pattern. So having a couple of boxes or a couple of cards like these, all in a row. And so we have seen many examples of this before, and so here we don't need a ton of examples. And so let's go on straight to our second layout pattern, which is actually pretty similar. So here, instead of a row of boxes and cards, we have a 2-dimensional grid. And so again, this is extremely common, especially in something like online shops. But also in displaying features on a website, we will see this pattern all the time. And here are some more examples. Now, as an aside, we can actually also nest patterns inside of components. Now, inside of each of these components, we actually have one of the 2 patterns that we just studied. So 3 of these examples have a grid of cards pattern, and the other one is a row of cards pattern. So what this means is that we can mix and match all of these patterns and components as we would like. So patterns can contain components, which can in turn also contain some more patterns inside of them. So just keep that in mind when you design on your own. Next up, we have the Z pattern. And so this one here is a combination of different feature rows. So basically the Z pattern is a way of repeating similar feature rows, but with alternating configurations. So here in this first example, we first have the image on the left side. Then in the next feature row, we have it on the right side. And then in the next feature row, we have it again on the left side. And so this will then create this kind of Z pattern for our eyes. So we start on the left side, then the eye goes to that content, then to the next content, then to the image, and so on and so forth. Now the reason why this pattern is so extremely popular is that our eyes have a tendency for scanning opposing rows like we have here. And so now that you know about this pattern, you will see it absolutely everywhere once you browse the web. And here are some examples, and most of the time 3 rows are used. So just like in the previous examples, and like here in this first example, but of course it can also be more than 3 rows or just 2 rows. So that's completely normal and possible as well. Now next up we have the F pattern, which can also be about repeating feature rows, but the repetition can also be about something like more horizontal cards, like we actually have here in the first example. Now, the main difference between the F and the Z pattern is that the configuration of the rows does not alternate. So in the first and second example, we always have the image on the left side and the content on the right, while on the right side, we basically have the inverted F pattern. So we have the images on the right and then the content on the left. So basically we draw the main axis here where the images are because they draw the most attention, and then from there we go to the content. So that's why I mentioned that the last one is the inverted F pattern. And here there are 3 more examples where actually all of them are the inverted F pattern, but usually we can simply call them F pattern anyway. But what matters here is that basically the images are all on one side and then the text content is on the other ones. So no alternating configurations in this one. All right, now next up we have the single column pattern. Now this one is mostly used on responsive websites on mobile phones, or also on just very simple websites like these 3 ones that we have here. Also, this layout can be used on simple blog posts where we don't want any sidebars for distraction. And speaking of sidebars, that actually brings me to our next pattern, which is exactly the sidebar pattern. So the sidebar can be used for blogs, as I just mentioned, or they can be used for options in a web application or as a table of contents or also as a summary. So here we have examples of all of those. And here then in the next slide, we have some examples of web applications where we then have a sidebar where all the different options are located. Now we're almost finishing here. Next up, we have the multi-column or magazine layout. So this one is basically about combining different columns with different width into some kind of layout that I'm sure we're all familiar with. So basically to create some kind of more traditional magazine layout like these. And finally, we also have these more experimental or asymmetric layouts. So here we can use all our creativity in order to create some standout designs. So all of these are quite uncommon, but they will allow us to give our design some kind of different impact to our users. And by the way, many of these experimental layouts were actually made possible by CSS Grid. So for example here, the first and second examples, they are clearly like very gritty, right? And some years ago, this was almost impossible to build. And so we didn't see layouts like these a couple of years ago. But now more and more, we start seeing designs like these popping up. And that's also because many designers are getting a little bit tired of designing always the same kinds of layouts that we see all over again. And so that's why there has been a small trend, at least, towards these more experimental layouts. So here are some more, and I think all of them are quite nice. And actually, not your entire page needs to have this more experimental layout. So these first 3 examples that we have here are actually just a small section of each of their websites. And so you can, of course, also do that. So basically just including something like a small grid like this, because that alone might give your design a special impact. Okay, and that's all I had to show you for layout patterns. So I hope that you find this as interesting as I did. So I really took a lot of time compiling these and researching all of these different layouts and components as well, because this stuff really fascinates and interests me. So hopefully I was able to spark some of that interest in you as well, because that was actually one of my main goals with all these design lectures. And with this, we do actually finish our web design lectures. So again, I hope you had a lot of fun with those, but this section is actually not finished yet. So we will now build 2 components, one hero section and one web application layout. So I hope to see you there soon so that we can get back to code here. Hey there, and welcome back to writing some more code. And this lecture is going to be really exciting because in this and the next one, we will build a beautiful hero section and learn a ton of new CSS along the way. So let's get started. And this is the hero section that we're going to build in this lecture. And it actually has the content of the Omnifoot project that we will start very soon. So this heading here and this description and this button are exactly the ones that we will find also in our Omnifoot section, or actually our Omnifoot project. So you see here this beautiful background image which spans all across this viewport. So it has exactly the height and the width of the viewport. So if we change this here, you can see the image changing, right? And we can even, of course, change the entire window. And notice how the text always stays centered. So basically, this entire block here, it always stays centered vertically. So even in the extreme case, going over that navigation. So basically this bar here. So this logo and the navigation, of course, don't look real, but we will do that in our Omnifoot project. Now I'm only interested here basically in the rest of the hero section. So having this the background image and having then this nice block of text here and all basically filling the entire browser and especially filling here the entire height. So I think that this is an exciting small project, and so let's get started now. And since we now actually need the entire size of the browser, let me actually put this here on another desktop on the Mac. And if you're on Windows, you can just keep switching between the windows. Let's make this one here big and also create here a new component. So the hero.html. And this one we will actually not copy from the other component because there are some major differences. But we will also scaffold very easily our HTML. So again, just write the exclamation mark and then hit tab, and there is our HTML. Let's just say it's the Omnifoot hero section. Okay. Then here inside of the head, we will also have the style so that we don't need two different files. And now here in the body, let's create our hero section. And for that, we will use the header element. All right. So remember that the header element is the semantic element for basically the introduction of the website. And so that is essentially what this is. I didn't show you that then below this, we have some other section with just some random text, just so we can exactly see that this header has exactly the height of the viewport. And so that will then simply be a section element, which remember is exactly that. So just a section of the page. So then here inside of the header, we will have a nav element. And then here we would typically include some logo and some actual navigation links. But here I will simply add some div, which then says logo, and another div, which says navigation. Okay, so that is that first box. And now here is basically that big box, which will contain all of the content. And notice how I'm not using any class names here. So I want to do that a bit later as we start writing the CSS together. So basically, so I can explain you how we built a thing like this step by step, completely from scratch, without assuming any of the class names in the beginning. But anyway, let's now write our actual content here. So a healthy meal delivered to your door every single day. Next, there is some paragraph, and you can just write some blind text here if you want. But in this case, in the very beginning, I like to actually have some actual content. So to make it a little bit more real looking. So the 360 days per year food subscription that will make you eat healthy again. Tailored to your personal tastes and nutritional needs. Okay, and then we have some kind of button there, but that button is actually a link because it leads somewhere. But let's of course give it an empty href, just like usually. And here we can actually already put our class, which is as usual button. So start eating well. Okay, and for now that is it. And now inside of the section, we will want to then center the entire content here. So let's give ourselves another box. And then in there, some H2 element, for example. So some, I don't know, random handy heading. And then some paragraph. And here we can now use lorem, maybe even twice. Okay. So let's take a look at our result for now. So once again, we need to now go back or just remove this part here. And here it is, the hero. And so indeed, our content here without any styling whatsoever. And so let's actually start with that styling. And I will now select another font from Google Font. And the one that we are going for is called Rubik. And I will explain more about why this is the choice of our typeface when we actually build the project in the next section. So 4, maybe 5 and 700. Okay. So as always, just select these different styles of different font weights, basically. And then here is that summary. So we selected regular, medium, and bold. And then all we have to do is to copy this link that we now need to include in our HTML in the very top. So it needs to be before our own style. Let's actually put that here. Okay. And now in our HTML, we can say font family. And then we set it to Rubik. And then if that is somehow not available, as a second option, we then want just the predefined sans serif typeface. Okay. And as the text color, let's just use some gray here, 444. Okay. So that should look, yeah, a little bit better already. Okay. And now let's just create basically the visual styling here. So make this text a little bit bigger and also put them side by side. And of course, styling all of this text here, including this button. Okay. So starting with the navigation. Let's set a font size of 20 pixels and make it bold as well. And actually, let's select the actual number 700 that we loaded here, right? So these are the actual font weights. And then to put them side by side, of course, we use display, set to flex. And then the trick to push each of them to one of the sides, remember, is justify content to space between. Okay. Beautiful. So there we go. That looks great. And now let's work with our H1. So let's make it quite big at 52 pixels. And this is actually, once again, one of the values of our type scale. So we can look that up somewhere here, for example. And so here is that 52. And again, I'm not going to choose now multiple to show you how it works, because that will take up too much time. All right. Then just some margin on the bottom, let's say 32 pixels. And then let's also style this paragraph. And this will then also style that one, which is not really relevant anyway. So font size of 20 pixels. So you see that usually I start with these visual text styles. Let's also add some line height of 1.6 and then some margin to the bottom, because remember that afterwards comes the button. All right. So let's take a quick look at what we have. Great. That looks very nice. And now again, making this button look like this. So with these slightly rounded corners and this beautiful orange color. So that is called the button. And as always, we need to style the visited state and actually first even the link state. So always in this order. So let's give it a font size of 20 pixels. A font weight, we selected 600 as well. Actually, we did not. So instead of 500, let's actually select 600. So to make it bold, but not quite as bold, because that looks strange a little bit. So 600 is just nice for buttons usually. Then that background color. And here I'm just going to give you the hexadecimal code. So E67, E22. All right. And the color then, of course, needs to be white. Otherwise, we're not going to see anything. Oh, and we also need to get rid of the underline. So text decoration, none. So part of the button should be done now. All right. But now, of course, we need some spacing around it and the rounded corners. So for that, we need some padding. And if we want to apply padding, then we should make this an inline block and not just an inline element as it is by default. So inline block. And so this is hopefully starting to get routine at this point. So 16 pixels. And as usual, I like to give left and right the double as top and bottom. So this one is the value on top and bottom, and this on left and right side. Remember? And so now border radius, and here let's say 9 pixels. And there we go. So that looks very beautiful. And so all that we need to style is this H2 here, and maybe add some padding to this entire section as well. So H2, (44 pixels, which I think is the value below 52, right? And some margin to the bottom of 48 pixels. All right, and finally add some padding to the section. So 96 top and bottom, and the sides don't need any padding at all. Okay, and I'm doing this all quite fast, but once we actually start designing and building the OmniFood project in the next section, then I will go over these design decisions a little bit better. But anyway, let's now compare this a little bit to this one here. And the first thing that we notice immediately is that all of these boxes are kind of centered. So this one here, and all of this here, and also, in a way, this box here. I mean, it doesn't really look centered. It looks more like it's aligned here. But still, if we change the width here, then you see that still it kind of is centered. So that's what I mean with centered. And so let's now create a class which will take care of only doing that. So we could, of course, add now the styling of this. So margin, 0 and auto, right? but then we would have to add that to every single element. So every single box that we want centered in the browser. But we don't want to do that. So for that, we can create something like a utility class, and then simply add that class to all the elements that we do want centered. So let's add that here, and I'm going to call it container. So that's a pretty common name. And then I'm adding that property here. And so now in our HTML, we can add that class here. And here. And also to this div here inside of the section. All right. So now this section here itself is not centered, but then this div is centered inside of it. And this, again, is a pretty normal technique. Now, we could have centered the entire section here and also the entire header, but we actually do want these to go from side to side of the viewport. In this case of the header, because we later want to give it a background image, and, well, in case of the section, because imagine that it had some background color, for example. Now, actually, there is one thing missing here, because remember that we always need to specify a fixed width for the container. So for the element on which we use this trick. So let's say that we want all of these here to be 1200 pixels wide. And so now they will indeed be centered. And there we go. Let's see. Yeah, that works just nice. And now, as I was saying, with the background colors and the background images, let's actually now add some colors so that we can see what I just mentioned. So to the nav, let's add a background color green. Then let's see what else we have here. Well, the container, we actually don't want to give it a background color because then all of them would get the same one. And so for now, let's just add one here to this section. And here let's add this very light gray that I like to use, which is F7, F7, F7. Right? And actually let's shortly add a color to the container. Red. Okay. And so now here is what I meant. So that we have now this content here centered and not the entire section. Because to the section, we do actually want to apply this background image. And if we centered the entire section, well, then we couldn't give it any background color around it. So not some background color that would go all the way from the left to the right. Now I see that we do have some margins here, like on the sides of the page. And that's because we didn't do our general reset here. So I forgot that somehow, but this is something that we must always do. So by default, setting all margins and all paddings to 0, and also use the alternative box model. So by using box sizing set to border box. Great. So that's better. And so now let's actually do that thing where we make the header the entire height of the viewport. So all of this, because that's actually not very hard. And so we can do that right away. Now the navigation here somehow is not green. But sure, that's because we gave all the containers the red color. So let's remove that. Right. And let's now add some styles to the header element. So to start, let's just make it green or some other background color. Let's say orange red. So before we make it 100% tall. Okay. So that's what it looks like now. But now it's time to do what I just mentioned. So we want to set the height of it, but now we can actually not set 100%. So we cannot do this because this will simply not work. Instead, what we need to do is to use a new unit that we have never talked about. And that unit is called viewport height. So VH. And that's actually it. So basically, this will be 100% of the available viewport. So if we give it a save, well, then that's exactly what happened. So it's now 100% of the viewport. So it ends exactly down here. And if we shrink this, then, well, the height keeps being at 100% of the available viewport right now. All right, so this is a trick that we use all the time. So VH, which means viewport height. And of course, it could be any other value here, let's say 50, and then it would be exactly half of the viewport. And of course, it could be even more, like 150. Then it would be essentially 1.5 of the viewports. Right? But usually we don't do that. We just leave it at 100 or some lower value. Now there's also another similar unit, which is VW, which stands for viewport width. However, we don't need to use that here. And in fact, we very rarely use that one, because since these are all block elements, they will already occupy 100% of the available space by default, right? So no need for that. All we need to specify is the height. Okay, so this was actually the first part of the video. So we managed to do these basic things, some basic styling and some very basic layout. And so let's take a small break here. And then when we come back, we will actually center this entire box here vertically, and we will add that beautiful background image. So I see you back here after a small break. And let's keep working and actually finish our hero section. And this is where we left off. And what we want to do now is to vertically center this box, which has all of this content, right? But at the same time, keeping this navigation bar here at the very top. So let's explore different ways of actually doing that. And probably the first thing that comes to mind would be Flexbox, right? So let's try out if that would be a good fit. So basically applying Flexbox here on the entire header. So let's see. Display, flex, and then in order to vertically center, align items and center. So let's see. But that would of course first put these two elements side by side and then vertically center them. So it looks nice on this one here, but it does not look good on the navigation bar, because we actually want this one to stay at the very top. And so Flexbox is probably not the best way here to go. Now, in order to solve this, there are actually multiple ways. So there are multiple ways in which we can achieve this layout, so this design here that we want. But the one that we're going to use is to basically vertically center this box here using that trick that I showed you earlier with absolute positioning and then using the transform function with translate. So remember that? So I actually showed you a diagram back then. And so now let's do the same thing here. So this one we don't need. And instead, what we now want is to center this element here. So this container. And so actually we need to give this here a different class name. So this should now be different because of course it's absolutely centered. And so the styles that we need are different than the ones from the container. So let's call this one here the header container. Copy this. And after the navigation, which is how it looks like in the code. And we still want the width to be 1200 pixels. So that is the same. But now remember, we want to position it absolutely. position absolute. And let's start here by putting it at left 50% and right 50%. Because remember that we actually want to center this element, right? And so 50% is kind of the middle. But of course, we then will need to use the transform function as well. But for now, let's take a look at what it looks like this. And so let's even give us some background color here again. And let's say violet. All right. So it did move already 50% here of the parent element to the right, but not to the bottom. And I think that is because we forgot to actually set the relatively positioned container. So we want this element here to be absolutely positioned inside of the header, right? And so never forget to then set the position to relative on that one. So, well, actually here we also have a mistake. So of course it needs to be 50% from the left and from the top, not from the right. That would not work. No, right? So basically at this point here, it is now 50% from the top and from the right. And remember that these 50% are in relation to the parent element. So it's 50% of this parent element here to the bottom, and also 50% of this parent element's width here to the right. Okay, and so now we need to fix that by basically moving it up a little bit back so that it's actually in the middle. So I hope you remember this technique, and if not, you can always go back and look at that slide with that visual explanation that I showed you. But what we will do now is to use the transform property with the translate function, and then we will move it back up 50% of the element's width and of the element's height. So minus 50 in both cases right here. And again, I will write it down here that these are in relation to the element size, while these two are in relation to the parent size. And so that is the reason why this works and why it looks beautifully like this now. So if we change this, well, at least up to these 1200 pixels, then it stays nicely in the center. And actually it will stay in the center forever. And of course also the same vertically. So you see, it always really stays in the top, even if it has to overlap this navigation bar here and this extreme situation. Okay, so this is exactly what we wanted. So that's amazing. And now comparing it to this one here, you see that here actually the text kind of finishes here, like it looks like in the middle of the page, right? So that maybe looks like it's a little bit difficult to achieve, but actually it's very easy. So basically what we want is to simply have another container here. And so that element will then simply occupy 50% of the width. And so that will then contain these elements, right? And so by doing that, we basically leave some space here for her face and for this part here of the background image. And then we have this text here beautifully on top of this blurred part. So that's why I chose to put the text and all this content here really on the left side. Okay. Of course, there could be other design decisions. So I also showed you that we could actually center the text, which is what some websites do. And just as an aside, this would be very easy. All we would have to do is on the container element. So the container element of those text elements, here we would simply have to do text align center. And so this would work quite nice if the image was different. So basically, if the focus point of the image was down here in the bottom, for example, then this would work perfectly. But that's not the case. So let's comment that out. And then, as I was saying, we will simply create another element right here. So let's call this the header container inner. Okay, then moving that down. So header container inner, let's put it right here. And as I was saying, all we have to do is give this one a width of 50%, which is again in relation to the parent element. So it will essentially be 600 pixels, so half of 1200. But let's start to get used to using percentages for this kind of thing. Now just some background color very quickly, just for debugging. And there we go. So the contrast here is quite bad, but we can see that actually this worked. So now this is the container for the text, which occupies exactly 50% of this bigger container. All right. And so in the end, achieving a layout like this is all about thinking about these boxes and how we want them to be laid out and to be displayed in our website, right? So really, it's all just a matter of logically thinking about these boxes and to push them around until in the end, they are exactly where we want them to be. Now let's just remove some of the line height here in this heading. Looks a little bit off. Let's use something really small, 1.05. And finally, let's get rid of all of these background colors so that now we can finally add our beautiful background image there. So let's see. And there we go. Beautiful. So this is what we're looking for. So all we're missing is this background color, and then of course setting this text to white, but that is very easy. So that background image should be the background of this entire header element, right? And so this is where we can now define, for the first time ever, the background image property. And now to specify the image, we need to write URL and then open and close parentheses. And then here we need to specify the path of the image in relation to our current file. And so in this case, that is simply hero. So just right here, hero.jpg. And we don't even need any quotes here around this image path. So all we need is to add this and we're good. And you already see the image being loaded up here in the gutter, which means that this path is correct. So we will have this background image now already, but it will not look as expected, as you see. So this image is in fact huge, and so therefore we only can see a small part of that image right now. Right? So these lights that we see here are basically, well, it's just this small part here of the website somehow. Right? And so therefore, we now need some way of shrinking that image down. But fortunately for us, there is a nice and handy property, which is called the background size. And here there are a couple of different options, and mainly those are contain and cover. But I usually, and I think everyone, most of the times just uses cover. And what this value of cover here will do is to figure out automatically the exact size that the image needs to be to cover, as the name says here, the entire element. And so now, as we check this out, it looks a lot better. And so as we resize, you will see that always the image covers the element, no matter what we do. All right. So this looks great already, but there is still a crucial difference here. And that difference is that here we actually have this dark overlay over this image, right? So remember from one of our web design sections that when our image is too light, in order to actually make the text readable, we can, as one of the options, make the image a little bit darker. And so that's what this darker overlay here is all about. So of course, right now our text is even still gray. So let's make it white here in the first place, so we can actually see what we need to do. So just like this. And I mean, technically we could read it, right? But still it looks kind of off. There is not enough contrast here right now between this text and this image. So it's quite confusing. And so we need to darken down that image. Now doing that is not really trivial. So it is a bit harder than it might seem. So you might have thought that there was some simple property that would simply do that, but in fact there is not. Instead, what we need to do is to basically create a stack of background images where the first background image is a gradient that is transparent. So that sounded a little bit confusing, so let me actually show you how it works. And actually to do this, let's create a gradient somewhere else just so you see how the syntax works. So to create a gradient, we still use the background image. And then we use the linear gradient function like this. So linear-gradient, and then we can specify two colors. So let's say red and blue. Okay, just to test a very simple gradient. And so you see, now we do have this gradient going from red to blue. Okay, so that's the very basic syntax of the linear gradient. And we can do some more stuff like changing the direction. For example, we can say to right. So as a first option here, I think this is how it works at least. And yeah, so now it goes from red to blue, from left to right. Okay, but anyway, we will explore gradients a little bit more in the next section, but I just wanted to show you how they work. And that's important because, as I said, we actually need a linear gradient to make a background image darker. So this is kind of a strange trick, so let me show it to you. So here in the same background image, we will now specify a linear gradient, and then with a comma, we basically specify a second image. So this is kind of a stack where this background image here, which is this gradient, is on top of this one. And we could in fact specify many different background images even, not just one or two. So again, this will create a stack where this one is on top and this one here is on the bottom. But now what colors are we actually going to use? Well, we want to make the image darker, right? And so let's start with black. So 0, 0, 0. And then the other value, let's make it also black. So that is the trick here. So it is to make both colors here the same. But of course we don't want absolute black, because then we would get this, okay? So we want some opacity here, so some RGBA. So let's do that by clicking here on the title again. And so we already had it actually. So let's put this here like to 0, 6. And then let's do the same here for the second color. And now we should actually get a usable result. Well, not quite actually. Let's go back here. That's because I did not delete the hash here. But here we go. So that's beautiful, right? And yeah, it is the same color here all over the image. Again, because we made the gradient go from one color to the second one, which are both exactly the same. But of course, it wouldn't have to be that way. We can specify some other, let's say just some random colors here, just to see that in this case, of course, we could go from black to this kind of blue color here, right? But of course, we don't want that. We want them to be the same, but let's just use some kind of gray here, which looks a little bit better than just pure black usually. But again, that is a design decision that you have to take. So of course you can use pure black, but I think using some shade of gray here looks a little bit better. So it gives us this kind of softer touch here. And so I think now we actually have the exact same design as in our final result. There's just some spacing here going on. So let's add that. So that's in the navigation. So here, and let me actually show you how to not do it. So let's say margin top 32 pixels. So why do you think that is not going to work as intended? And well, nothing happened here. Let's inspect why that is. So here we have our margin top of 32 pixels, but it is actually crossed out. And that's because here from the container, we get margin top and bottom of 0. And so remember our priorities. So a class selector has more priority than a simple element selector. And so that's why this one here overrides this one. But here in the developer tools, we can actually also set styles right here. And so here, this element style will basically set them right here as inline styles. And so remember that those have an even higher priority. So just to experiment, so margin top 32 pixels. So you see now it's set that here and is now overwriting that 0. Now I mentioned that I wanted to show you why this doesn't work. And the reason is that now this actually will create an empty space outside of the box, right? And so that will then therefore create this white space here on top. So that's obviously not what we want. So we want to go with padding instead. So let's see. And there we go. And with that, we actually finished this header component. So a lot of new CSS we learned here. And in particular, we learned how to set this background image here. We learned about the background size. And also we learned about this new VH unit. And also, and probably even more importantly, we kept thinking about how to achieve the layouts that we wanted using the code tools that we have at this point. So teaching you that is probably my most important goal here, because looking up properties is very simple, but learning how to think about how to create a layout exactly like this with all the properties that we would like it to have is not so easy to look up on the web. And so I hope that with all these exercises and all these small projects, you are starting to get better and better at that. But anyway, that wraps up this small mini project. And so now there's only one more component or one more layout to build in this section. And so I hope to see you there soon. To finish this section, let's now build a typical web application layout. And this is going to be a great learning project. So let's get started. And so here is the layout that we're going to build throughout this lecture and the next one. So it's not very styled and it's not very detailed, but what matters here is the layout itself. So basically we have some side navigation bar here. So this would be for things like the image and maybe some profile menu or things like that. Then here in the top, we have a menu bar. So basically for actions for this application. And what we're making here is basically a fake email application. And so these menu items here are related to emails. So new email, reply, forward, mark as unread. And then also all the way here to the right side in red, this trash button. Then here we have this section where we have different emails. So where we can see all the emails in some inbox. And then notice how we can actually scroll here. So that's a really nice feature, and it's actually very easy to do. Then here in the middle, this is kind of the main part of the fake application. And then also here is like this sidebar, which has some additional information on this email. And this whole application layout is of course exactly the height and the size of this viewport here. All right. So this looks like fun, I hope. And so let's now actually get started. So let's just review the main elements that we need are this navigation here, then this menu bar, then we have this section right here, then this one, and then this one. All right. So let's give ourselves yet another new file here. So 06 applAyout.html. And we will again start from scratch here. So exclamation mark and then tab or enter. And then let's get started. And our HTML here is actually very simple. So we have a nav element. And here I'm simply going to write nav actually. Let's use lowercase. Then after that, we have that menu bar. And so here is a new HTML element, which is exactly called menu. So what's the difference between nav and menu, you might ask? Well, the nav element is for a typical navigation of a site. So navigation which contains a bunch of links, which then points to other places in the application. Menu here, on the other hand, is actually for like menu buttons in an actual web application. So we use nav all the time, so it's a very commonly used element, but menu not so much. It's only used when we build a web application. But that's the case right here. And so now we need this element. Here for now, I'm just writing menu. Then here for this inbox view, I'm going to use a section element. Then for the main email view, I will use the main element because this one, remember, is really used to display the main piece of content of the document. So the most important one. And so in this case, that is basically the email itself. Then that additional information is exactly the main use case for the aside element. So additional info. And for now, that's actually it. These are the 4 parts, or actually 5 parts of our application layout. So give it a save, and then let's go back here, removing this part here. And then here is the app layout. And there we go. So you see that actually for the menu, HTML automatically applies some default margin or padding here. But that's not a problem because, of course, we're going to get rid of all of that right now. So again, doing everything in the same file here. Let's start with our global reset. Margin 0 and padding 0. And of course, box sizing border box. Nice. Then let's start with some visual styles as always. Now in this case, I'm actually not going to include any third-party font and instead just go with this one. Now the color, well, let's actually use the one from before. Or this one here. And let's also give everything a nice font size of 24 pixels. Okay, and now let's just style our different pieces here with some background color as always, because that always makes it a lot easier to see what is actually going on. So this navigation bar had this color. Then the menu has that nice violet color. And let's actually get that from Open Colors again. So violet is one of these colors that I really like for UI design. And well, this one here looks nice. I think that's the one I am using. Then of course the color needs to be white in this one. And then also the aside and the section have some different background colors. So background color, and let's go get that gray color again. So I think this is the one that we have been using. And actually the same also for the section. Let's put the section here first. And all right. So that's it for the visual styles. Right. And so now we're actually ready to build that layout itself. So let's analyze our original layout so that we can think a little bit how we will do this. So this layout here is very clearly a two-dimensional layout, right? And so therefore, of course, we're going to use CSS Grid to build it. Now, how many columns and rows do we need? Well, let's easily count them. So one column right here, then next one here, the inbox, another column, the email view, another column, and this one here, yet another column. So that looks like 4 columns. And then as for the rows, we have this one and this one. So just 2 rows. Now let's just see what happens when we make this smaller. So you see that this column and this column stays the same, and this one in the middle basically occupies the remaining space here. Right? And so with this, I think we have enough information to build our layout with CSS Grid. And which is actually the parent element of all of this. So all of these, or in other words, what do we want to be our grid container? Well, we can simply use the body, right? That's not a problem at all. So display grid. And now grid template columns, and that first column, so that navigation bar basically, let's make it 80 pixels. Then that inbox is the second column. I will make that 400 pixels. And as always, these values are kind of random. Then the third column, remember, is the main view, so the email view, and this one is supposed to occupy all the remaining space. And that means when it comes to CSS Grid, that it should be 1 FR, right? And then finally, the fourth column, which is the additional info, has also a fixed width. And so let's choose 250 for that. All right. And now the grid template rows, which sometimes we do actually not define, remember. But in this case, since we want to fill the entire screen, we will basically do it here automatically in the rows. So the first one is fixed, again, 80 pixels for that menu bar. And then here the second row, we want it to go all the way to the end. Or in other words, we want it to occupy all the remaining space. All right. However, this is not yet going to work as we expect. So let's see that. And well, first of all, of course, these elements are not yet in the right position, but also the second row is actually not going all the way to the end here, right? Now, why do you think that is? And let's actually inspect this, because we will be able to find the answer there. So here we have the body element, and you see that it does indeed end right here after this element. So the height of the body is in fact only 136 pixels. So just like any other element, the body element does not magically occupy this entire space here. All right, it only occupies, well, the place that it needs for its content. And so that's only until here. So what if we want actually for this row here to go all the way to the end? In that case, we need the body to be as high as the viewport, right? Well, luckily for us, we already learned how to do that, right? So the solution is to set the height to 100 viewport height units. Okay, and there we go. So now it occupies the entire space, and we see that our body is now 503 pixels high. And of course, if we make it higher and lower, then this value changes. Okay. But now let's actually place all these 5 items in the correct position. So first, this navigation here, it goes all the way from the first row to the end of the second row. So it spans across all of this. Then also the menu spans across this column and this one, right? So the grid lines here are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But, well, why not actually show it to you? So, yeah, this is the one. So here we see the grid lines, right? And so this one here will go from 2 all the way to the end, right? So let's do that. So we want to span across multiple rows here in the nav, right? And so we say grid row from the first all the way to the end. And let's actually not specify that manually, but instead we can do it automatically with -1. Remember that? And so if for some reason we were to add another row, then this navigation would still go all the way until the end. All right. Then we have the menu here, which we want to span across multiple columns. And so we use grid column. So this starts in the second and again goes all the way to the end. And so this is where our -1 trick gets really handy. Okay, and then the other ones should be automatically placed. And indeed they are. Great, so let's see what happens if we make our viewport smaller. And then that's exactly as expected. Beautiful. Now let's just style this here a little bit nicer. So the color might be white. Then let's also center the text in all of the elements. And for that, we can actually set it in the body because text align does actually get inherited. And let's also make the font weight bold, which again will get inherited. And so usually we don't put these things on the body, but since we have such an easy page and such an easy layout, well, we can simply put it here and then it will get inherited. Now let's just add some padding here to all of these elements. So the nav, menu, section, main, and aside. So basically all of them. Let's give them some padding at the top of 24 pixels, but this is really just a small cosmetic change. All right, beautiful. So we already did our layout, so that's pretty nice already. So this looks already almost the same, but now we're just missing 2 things. So 2 a little bit more detailed things, which is this menu bar with these buttons, and then also this kind of inbox view here, right? And so let's do these 2 things in the next and final lecture of this section. All right, so let's now finish up our web app layout. And let's start by marking up these 5 buttons here. So here we have another background color. So let's immediately grab that here from the violet colors. So this one is a bit darker. Let's go actually with the darkest one here. Okay. And so right here inside of the menu, I will now replace this with some button elements. So new, reply, forward, mark as unread, and finally a trash button. Nice. So let's put him here. Give them some nice font size. And of course that background color that we just copied. Remember, on the button, we always need to remove the border. And we also always need to set a cursor to pointer. So VS Code actually already has this abbreviation here, because that is something that we do all the time. Then also on buttons, the color does for some reason not get inherited. So we need to set that manually, even though in the menu it is already white. So we can actually remove that from here. And to make them bigger, of course, let's give them some padding. So 8 pixels and 12 pixels. So let's take a look. And here they are. And they are centered because these are like text elements, so inline elements, and therefore they are treated like text. And since we have text align set to center everywhere, this also gets then centered inside of this container. All right. So let's just make them actually inline blocks and make the text bold also. Font weight bold. And I like to use the display property first for some reason, but you don't have to. Inline block. Okay. And now let's actually use Flexbox here. So in order to give them some space between them, and then because I'm actually going to use this example to show you yet another really cool Flexbox trick. So the parent element of these buttons is this menu. And so display set to flex. All right, let's just check that out. All right, nice. So we have our buttons here, and we probably need to get rid of this padding here in the top. And then we also want to vertically align this, of course. So that padding is here. So let's remove that menu simply. And then align items, center, and gap 12 pixels. Okay. Nice. Let's just add also some padding then to the section here on the left and right side. And then I finally want to show you something. So that's right here. So no padding top and bottom, and 40 pixels left and right. Okay. And now let's actually select the very last button to give it that red color. So since these buttons here are all button elements inside of one parent container, we can use our last child pseudo class, right? So button, and then a different background color. I'm just using red for now, but the actual color, well, that doesn't really work. Let's fix that in a second. Here I'm just going to get some nice pink color here, which matches beautifully with this one here. Oh, of course, here I actually forgot to write it. So last child, and then that color. Okay. So that's red. And now it looks almost the same, but the difference is that this very last element was moved all the way to the right side. So how can we do that? I mean, there's not really a property that we can use on a container to achieve this. The closest we could get, but that's still far away, would be justify content space between. So something like this. So now we at least have the trash in the very end, but then the spacing between here is completely messed up. So that's not what we want, but instead we want this one to move all the way to the right side. So now here comes the trick I was mentioning. And that trick is to set the margin here on this element, so the left margin, to auto. So then that margin here will automatically be calculated based, well, on the width of the container. So of course, if we then change this, then the margin here on the left side will change. Okay, and it would also work by setting a margin right on this one. But since we already have this one selected, I'm going to use margin left here. Okay, so let's remove this one here. And so, margin left set to auto. And there we go. You see? We can actually see that. So you see that it has a margin of 66.69 pixels, which is exactly the margin that is necessary to put that element there. And of course, if we change this, then the margin will be smaller. Well, it looks like it's not somehow. Let's just make it really small. Well, that looks strange. Actually, this is the margin, 248 pixels. And you see that now it is getting bigger, and it is actually 863. So actually 66 was not enough at all. So that 66.69 is actually just the width of the element. The margin is what we can see down here in the actual box model diagram. Okay, but anyway, that works nicely, and this is a trick that many people don't know, and it is a very important one that I actually use all the time. Okay, but now about this part here, and this is also easier than it looks, so let's quickly add 10 new boxes here, one for each email. Okay. And here I'm calling them email with the class. So email 1, and now I'll just copy it 10 times. Just copy it like this, and then Prettier will actually make it nice for us. 9 and 10. Okay, so let's style them. Okay, so email. And let's again get some gray background color here. Let's use this one, which is quite darker than the other one. So the background color. And let's get actually this here also some padding of also 40 pixels so that it's aligned with the buttons in the menu bar. And let's give each of them some height. So 96 pixels. And that should already look quite good. So here we are. And now, of course, our layout did grow vertically in order to make space for all of these elements here. So by default, of course, they do not show this behavior with the scroll bar, but instead they take up all of the space, and therefore this second row of the grid then needs to grow in order to accommodate for that space. Now let's also actually create some spacing between these elements. And for that, I want to use the gap property. Remember how we can do that vertically. So of course, remember that by default, the gap property applies horizontally like here, right? But if we want to use it vertically, then we can still use Flexbox. All we have to do is to change the flex direction from row to column. So we did that before in this section, I think even twice. And so if you don't remember that, I even did a very nice visual representation of that change. And so maybe you can find that in one of the first lectures in this section. But anyway, the flex container of these email items here is of course the section. And so let's make this the flex container. And then we want the gap property of 40 pixels. And just as a review, let's see what happens if we do not specify flex direction. So then, of course, they are side by side like this, and with the gap applied horizontally. And so now, as I was saying, what we need to do is to change this to column. And nice, that looks nice. Let's just center the text here also inside of each email, because with that we can practice some more Flexbox. And remember that this works basically because Flexbox treats texts as a flex item. Okay, and so we can use align items center and justify content center. So this we have done many times. So hopefully these 3 lines of Flexbox are already nicely inside of your brain. All right. And so now it is time for the trick where we want this element here to not grow larger than the content. All right. So by default, of course, this element here, so this container element, had simply the size of this grid row. But then we put all of these elements into it, and so then it grew bigger to accommodate for all that content. But we can make it so that it does not grow. So that's right here. It's the section element. And so we can say overflow and then set to scroll. Okay. Now this alone will not fix it, because since this is now a flex container, what this will do instead of giving us the scroll bar is to basically shrink these flex items, because by default flex shrink is set to 1. So again, by default, flex items are allowed to shrink if necessary. Right? But we can turn that off by going to all of these flex items and then in there set flex shrink to 0. But this one is of course only necessary because we are using Flexbox. If we were not using Flexbox, then this one here would be enough. Okay? So just keep that in mind. This property has nothing to do with Flexbox. All right? This has been in CSS for a long time. Okay. And so now we are back to, if I'm scrolling here, nothing happens, because now this grid row here is back to just being 1FR. So basically only occupying this space here. And then here we made it so that any content that overflowed would get some scroll bar. Okay, now here instead of scroll, one of the other things we use all the time is hidden. And so in this case, then the content that was overflown, so that did overflow and did no longer fit here, simply disappears. So now I'm scrolling here, but, well, these other items are simply hidden. Okay, but in this case, that's not what we want. Sometimes it is, but in this case, we want scroll. So let me actually write that here. So how elements that don't fit into container appear. Okay, now we're back to scrolling. And so now our nice little layout here is finished. And it looks quite nice. So I'm really happy with this result, and I hope that you are too. All right, and so right now at this point, we studied so much HTML and so much CSS, things like Flexbox and CSS Grid, but of course also all the other CSS properties, that we are now ready to start working on our big and final project of this course. Just make sure before you move there that you did actually understand everything that we did here, because we will use most of the things, or maybe even all of the things that we learned until now in this big project. But then once you're done reviewing everything, I can't wait to show you that project in the next section.